Good morning, Honorable Chair.
It is now 8:30. Can we start with our meeting?
Good morning, Comrade Chair.
Good morning, Comrade Dala. Let's start with our meeting, honorable members. The first part of our meeting. Let me as well greet our support staff. And honorable members, I think we'll just go straight to the agenda of the meeting because of time. This is just our meeting for our staff to brief us. So I'm just going to immediately request our support staff, Dr. Vellem and Dr. Steenkamp to brief us. Dr. Vellem, let me start with you. Then Dr. Steenkamp will follow. Dr. Vellem?
Good morning, Chair. Sorry to disappoint you and members. It's only me this morning. Dr. Steenkamp Fonseca is on leave as of today, well-deserved leave. So I will be taking members through the document that was prepared, and we planned this earlier. So I will take members through. I'm just going to share my screen.
Okay, let's proceed there, Doc.
Thank you, Chair. Is it visible on your side?
Yeah, it is. It's visible, Doc.
All right. Thank you, Chair. I might not take the full 30 minutes allocated, but just want to summarize the research paper that was presented. And I think it's important that we start to look back, members and Chair, as to why this meeting is taking place. And the history of this meeting stems back from the visit that members had, or that the committee had together with the portfolio committee in 2025, where we visited Gauteng, including One Mill, the Brown Flats, DMV, Armscor, and Denel facilities. Members may recall that oversight visit. And two key recommendations that flowed from this was firstly that the committees will formally request a joint update from the DOD and DPWI on the current implementation plan for One Military Hospital ramp, including projected funding allocations, timelines, and the anticipated completion dates for each functional section of the facility. It's now almost a year since the oversight visit, so it's really important for the committee, and it's due to some postponement of this agenda item, we are finally getting to it. So suffice to say, there's been a year for the departments to prepare for this and for them to actually then come and present this jointly to the committee as they will today. Out of interest, another important recommendation that flowed from the report on the day was that the committees recommend that the Minister of Defence and the Chief of the SANDF ensure that appropriate consequence management measures are implemented in relation to the failures and irregularities associated with the One Military Hospital ramp project, in line with the findings of relevant oversight and forensic investigations. And I will get to those in a second, but I think these two recommendations that the committee made a year ago was central to today's meeting. The first one is the focus of today's meeting. Where are we standing with the refurbishment program? But this cannot be viewed in isolation, and some discussion around the consequence management and implementing those are also pertinent. Just a quick background to the One Military Hospital project. This is also contained in the presentation of the department they will present in addition to some other information that we have here. Just a reminder that this project started more than 20 years ago in 2005, when DPW, as it was known back then, introduced the ramp for defense infrastructure. And following a visit by the portfolio committee back in 2005, they noted the poor condition of One Military Hospital, and they called for the hospital to be included in this ramp project. Then by 2006, the ramp project actually commenced at One Military Hospital, so 20 years to the date. And as the process rolled out by 2009, it was replaced by the refurbishment program due to some shortcomings in the original approach. So despite this change that we saw in 2009, When we got to 2011, which is now 5 years after the process started, some critical deficiencies remained. And I think members might be familiar with this first one. The first floor remained non-functional, and this was the observation from 2011, so 15 years ago. As members will recall from last year's visit, that was still the case in 2025. Furthermore, another critical deficiency that remained was the occupational health and safety requirements were not fully addressed. So subsequently to that, from 2011 to 2023, there was limited maintenance undertaken and major refurbishment remained incomplete. During this period, members also note that there was also a number of investigations into irregularities with the refurbishment program. Since 2023, though, the DOD assumed greater responsibility and appointed professional service providers to prepare for completion of the first floor refurbishment. And I think today should provide an update on where this process is standing by 2026. But as members can see, this slide doesn't depict a story of confidence. For more than 20 years of working on this hospital, and still some major outstanding aspects. It's also crucial, thinking back to that first slide on the recommendations of the committee, it's crucial to look back at the investigations that were done and the key recommendations around this project. Most importantly, around 2019 to 2020, there was a forensic investigation commissioned by the Department of Defense, and this was conducted by Abacus Forensic Services. And it's important to just highlight the findings that they identified during this investigation. They pointed out there were definite procurement irregularities. They highlighted cost overruns and wasteful expenditure on the project. They also highlighted weak project management and oversight. Importantly, perhaps for the committee, they also highlighted leadership and governance failures, and furthermore, possible corruption and misconduct. And based on these findings that they identified, some recommendations that came from the forensic report include that the officials accountable, or officials should be held accountable. Important aspect there of consequence management, which is an aspect for this committee to follow up and consider. Another recommendation was to recover financial losses where possible, refer corruption-related matters to law enforcement. And the update there was that one of the briefings we received from the Hawks of the portfolio committee is that the matter has been investigated and it has been referred to the NPA in 2025 to consider prosecution. And it might be pertinent for the committee to also ask for a follow-up on that information today to see where this stands, if the department is aware of where this stands. Otherwise, a follow-up, perhaps through a letter or an engagement with the law enforcement agencies to see where this matter is standing. It's important because it's based on forensic investigations, and there were real findings around possible corruption and misconduct. Further recommendations that they made was to strengthen procurement and financial controls. And this is also an important recommendation as this process is still ongoing. Perhaps a question around that for members could consider is to ask the department whether the findings of that forensic investigation was implemented in terms of strengthening the procurement and financial controls to ensure that the ongoing project now, as it stands now, is not subject to the same flaws that were identified before 2020. There was also a recommendation to develop a clear master plan for the hospital. That's perhaps another great question to consider to ask the departments today. And then improve project governance and oversight mechanisms. All these at the end speak to governance matters and accountability. So just to highlight, members, on this slide of what the forensic investigation found, and definitely some questions still outstanding in this regard. It's also important to look at what the Auditor General found in 2023. The Auditor General identified material irregularities relating to unused medical equipment. I think members may recall, especially members that were here previously, there was some medical equipment in the previous oversight visits that were just standing there in the unused first floor. And this medical equipment was bought to be installed in the first floor and other parts of the hospital. And due to the non-finishing of that area, such equipment could obviously not be installed and therefore was sitting in boxes and became obsolete at the end of the day. So that would be an example of some irregular and fruitless expenditure, actually. So what did the Auditor General require? The Auditor General required the quantification of financial losses. And this is another important aspect for follow-up potentially, to see if this was done by the departments, see if there's actual proper quantification of what was lost. They also required an investigation of liability of responsible officials. This also speaks to the issue of consequence management. They also spoke to the issue of recovery of losses where applicable, similar to the forensic report on the previous slide. And then the disposal of unused equipment. And this is perhaps another point for follow-up today, as it has implications for the rest of the project. Was the department able to dispose of this unused equipment? What were the losses that can be quantified from those sale of that equipment? And what's the implication for buying new equipment should the hospital be finished in future? In 2023, importantly also, the Auditor General reported that no response has been received regarding the implementation of its recommendations. And this is, again, an aspect of importance for the committee to follow up on. It's quite a while back, but just to confirm whether the department has responded to all the AG's requests regarding one military hospital, or if there's any outstanding matters. As a side note, perhaps for the members of this committee that's also serve on the portfolio committee, depending on the answers today, this could be another matter to follow up with the AG when they come in the next term around the BRRR process. And lastly, the findings of the Auditor General highlighted ongoing weaknesses in accountability and consequence management. And I highlighted consequence management there as it's a recurring theme throughout this 20-year process. And not only that, members will be well aware since your start in this parliament, the issue of consequence management has been a recurring theme in broad around the Department of Defense, more so the lack thereof. Next, it's also important to look at parliamentary oversight. And Parliament has exercised oversight of this project for many years. As the first slide depicted, this started with parliamentary recommendations in 2005. So since then, there's been several visits from the parliamentary committees over the years. The most recent ones, just to look back, in 2021, there was a Joint Standing Committee of Defense visit to one military hospital. The committee expressed concern over the expenditure exceeding 1 billion rand, the lack of accountability and consequence management, again, that theme coming up prominently, and then the rising medical outsourcing costs. And I want to pause there for a second as the rising medical outsourcing costs are escalating significantly. And this, as members will recall, this was presented to the committee during the oversight visit. Due to the theaters of the first floor not being finished, a lot of operations that have to be outsourced, which significantly increase outsourcing costs to the department. And for a department, as we saw last week, for a department that has very little funds left to actually work with after salaries is paid, the medical outsourcing just eats further into its budget. And more so now with military veterans also being catered for by one military hospital, we see that cost rising significantly. 2025, the oversight visit of this committee of last year, together with the portfolio committee, aspects that were noted is that the hospital is still operating at approximately 40% capacity. The first floor is still incomplete and non-functional, reduced clinical capability and bed capacity, and a growing dependence on outsourced medical healthcare services. So members can see that there's a significant overlap between the visits of 2021 and 2025, which indicates very little improvement. And all this, obviously, as members also, I think, rightfully noted in the report last year, is that this impacts on patient care. It impacts on the welfare of the military community and the military veterans community, which is dependent on this, which should be the primary healthcare institution for our defense community and military veterans community. So the key concern that emerges from parliamentary oversight, at least, is that nearly 20 years after the commencement, the project remains incomplete and accountability remains limited. So with this, that leaves us for today, members. I think the focus areas that members can focus on, while today's focus is specifically on refurbishment and the state of that and the future of that, it cannot be viewed in isolation, and the issue of consequences is always relevant. And there's perhaps scope for some follow-up questions on whether officials were disciplined and held accountable, whether the losses were quantified. That was a recommendation from the forensic report and the Auditor General. And if so, what are the details of these quantified losses? Also, which losses were recovered? And then focusing on the two investigations, the two more financial forensic investigations. Firstly, the AG, with their recommendations implemented from 2023, and the Abacus forensic report with those recommendations implemented. And lastly, perhaps an update on the matters referred to law enforcement, if there were any additional matters referred to law enforcement, and an update on whether the NPA has decided to continue with prosecution. Moving to the refurbishment, this is a unique opportunity for members to ask for a progress report since 2025. And that's the aim, to a large extent, of today's meeting. And it comes at a good point, which is a year after the oversight visit. One would expect some progress in a year since the committee visited. So hopefully today, the departments can clarify what has been done since the committee's visit in 2025. And specifically then, the conditions on the first floor. I think that was the primary focus of the committee. And in addition to the visit, members may recall to the pharmacy as well, which was supposed to relocate to another location. On a more technical level, perhaps the expenditure incurred thus far for the committee to be able to track that, and then the planned expenditure going forward in the medium term, together with set timelines of finalizing this project. Funding, we looked through the presentations that were sent, and it seems that there are some funding constraints. Just to clarify whether there are any engagements with Treasury on the matter, or what the funding requirements and funding realities are, allocations are for the near future. And in broad, then the risks to the completion of the project. I think that's a broad stroke, just to see where are we going with this project and what significant risks remain. Chair, members, that's a summary of the paper that was prepared for you. I hope it helps to have this little briefing beforehand. But just to reiterate, these two key focus areas, refurbishment, which is the primary focus of today, but not necessarily neglecting the issue of consequence management, which keeps creeping up when we have Department of Defense discussions. Chair, members, I'll hand back to you, Chair. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Doc. Honorable members, I think Dr. Van Rensburg has just clarified the research document, and I hope we have gone through the document. We have 5 more minutes. Do we need to engage on this, honorable members?
I'll appreciate, Chairperson.
Whip of the committee whip, good morning. My apology, I did not acknowledge you and the co-chair this morning. Yes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to clarify whether, in addition to public works, whether the DBSA was also involved in the hospital. On the area of engagement, whether the committee or the joint committee ever engage with the Department of Public Works or Joint Committee of Public Works and with the respective ministry on the areas of the accountability before the DOD get involved. Lastly, Chairperson, on the issues of the people also treated on a specialized area somewhere, my sister was in service and she had a brain trauma, but because of the pressure at the hospital, she was operated in the private hospital. That is the experience. But I just wanted to know if those issues as a department or portfolio was ever engaged with them. Thank you. So that on the area of consequence management on DBSA or public works, we should also establish what would have happened. Thank you.
Thank you, Committee Whip, Honorable Mnyai. Honorable Nihos. Honorable Nihos. Honorable Nihos, you are muted. Oh, you're okay. Okay, there you are. Honorable Nihos has dropped his hand. Is there any other person who want to discuss, who want clarity on this? Doc, do you want to clarify on the two issues raised by Honorable Mnyai? Doc?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Honorable Munyai, on your two questions, first about the DBSA. Yes, the DBSA became involved in the hospital, but that was at a much later stage. That was around the COVID, if I recall correctly. You might want to ask for clarity, but if I recall, that was around the COVID period where they were involved in refurbishing one of the top floors to house COVID patients. And that floor was quite nicely redone. I think members, we did go up to that floor. Some members engaged with some of the soldiers that returned from the Congo during that period. So they were involved, but they were not involved with the broader project, the historic project. They only came in to refurbish the top floors or top floor, while the bottom floors, the first floor and those historic problems, they were not involved historically. I think to your point, Mr. Munyai, is perhaps ask clarity today from the department on whether the DBSA is involved now going forward. But historically, they were not involved in this ramp project. And to your second point, engagement with the with our counterpart committees. Yes, there were engagements with the counterpart committees in the previous parliaments. And what the committee has done mostly is just to call in a joint meeting like today of the Department of Defense and the Department of Public Works. So I think today's meeting ticks that box. Mr. Munya, I think it's a valid point in that if we identify aspects today that we want to refer for further comment or clarity or investigation to the Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure, that is something we can also do following today's meeting, or even look at joint engagements in future. But perhaps that's something that the members can consider at the end of the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Any other clarity? Honorable Nihas, I still want to speak?
Sorry, Chair, I think when you called on me, the doctor came to see me. I really just wanted to thank Dr. Willem Janse van Rensburg for the good research that had been done. And I hope, although, yes, today we're going to concentrate on the issues of refurbishment, I hope that we will be able to also get a chance to insist on accountability, because this project has been going on for a long time. But overall, I just wanted to say thanks for an excellent research document. Our research department, Dr. van Rensburg and his colleague, are really doing excellent work. Thank you.
Quite correct, and thanks a lot, Honorable Nias, for that. On members, let's if there's no other hand, I think let's allow the department to join, and let's be ready for the department is 0 It's 8:55 now, and I really appreciate honorable members for you attending this meeting. I think it's important that we get this briefing from our support staff, our researchers. Let's open for. Let's be ready for that for the meeting with the department, and thank you very much.
So people are muted. Is anybody talking?
Yes, okay.
Hmm?
Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning, honorable members.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair.
Morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, ministers available on the platform. Our sincere gratitude as well to our support staff. Honorable members, today the committee receives the briefings on the status of refurbishment and maintenance program, the RAMP at one military hospital. The refurbishment project has now been ongoing for close to 2 decades. Over this period, Parliament has repeatedly raised concerns regarding delays and cost escalations. These concerns have been reflected in committee engagements, oversight reports, Auditor General's findings, and forensic investigation. Members will recall our oversight visit to one military hospital in March 2025. During that visit, the committee observed firsthand the consequences of these prolonged delays. We found critical sections of the hospital remaining incomplete despite years of construction.
Recording in progress.
Our particular concern was the continued non-functionality of the first floor, which was indeed to house critical healthcare services such as theaters, intensive care facilities, casualty services, laboratory functions, and radiology capabilities. The committee observed the impact that these delays were having on the hospital operation capacity, on staff morale and retention, and ultimately on the quality of health care available to the military personnel and the veterans. The committee also noted that the deteriorating state of hospital has contributed to the growing expenditure on outsourced medical services. Services that should be provided by the hospital have increasingly had to be outsourced. It is important to emphasize that this matter has already been the subject of intensive scrutiny. There have been forensic investigation, Auditor General findings, parliamentary inquiries, and oversight engagements. Matters have been referred to law enforcement agencies, and questions have been raised regarding the allegations of fraud, procurement, irregularities, wasteful expenditure, and accountability for project failures. Despite these efforts, many of these concerns identified over the years remain unresolved. The purpose of today's engagement is therefore straightforward. The committee seeks a clear progress report on what has been done since our oversight visit in 2025, what progress has been made regarding the completion of outstanding infrastructure, what actions have been taken in response to the previous findings and recommendations, and what realistic timelines exist for the restoration of full functionality of military hospital. We look forward to a frank, detailed, solution-oriented engagement. And with those few words, honorable members, our officials, our senior officials from both the Department of Defense and the Department of Public Works, you are all welcome, and the meeting is officially open. Let's look at our agenda. The next item on the agenda is apologies. I'm going to hand over to our secretaries to give us attendance and apologies. Nandiba?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to the Deputy Ministers, everyone in the platform, and the co-chair as well. There's an apology from the Minister of Defense. She has been invited to an urgent IMC on migration by the President at 9 o'clock today. And then there's also an apology from the Minister of DPWI and the Deputy Minister of DPWI. And then there's also an apology from Mr. Tebekulu. He will be attending the mini plenary, as he has 2 declarations to make in the mini plenary today. those are the apologies from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. Members, honourable members, we are not going to introduce we are not going to introduce members to the. We will allow members when they engage to introduce themselves. So without much ado, we'll go to item number 4, and we'll hand over to the Department of Defence and the DPWI briefings. We will start with the Department of Defence. Deputy Minister Olumisa, if you can just lead us in that regard, and from there we'll hand over to the DPW. They will indicate who is here. But the platform is yours, Deputy Minister Olumisa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning to all honorable members, officials, my colleagues. The truth of the matter is that while interventions over the years have the hospital to continue providing critical services, the department has had to confront an important question: whether continued refurbishment of an aging facility remains the most sustainable and cost-effective solution, or whether a new military hospital would better serve the operational and healthcare requirements of the SANDF into the future. It is for this reason that the department is undertaking the necessary feasibility assessments and engaging relevant stakeholders, including National Treasury, to ensure that any future decision is informed, affordable, and in the best interest of the state. We welcome the committee's oversight and look forward to a constructive engagement on both the expenditure incurred to date and the options currently under consideration. Chairperson, I now invite the Chief of Logistics, Vice Admiral Mkondo, to take the committee through the presentation. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Olumisa. Before the Chief of Logistics comes on board, can we find from the Department of Public Works? We are told that both the Minister and the Deputy Ministers are not here. Who's leading the team from the Public Works? Public Works? The DG of the Public Works, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning. I'm here. I'll be leading the department.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Okay, let's proceed then. DOD, the Chief of Log. General Mkondo. Is Deputy Minister Olumisa, is General Mkondo here?
It looks like he's not here, but is there anyone who has been...
General, I'm here.
Okay, all right.
I just like to apologize, sir, that my presenter is battling to log in, but I'm trying to log in from my side to put the presentation in.
Okay.
Okay.
Nandiba, can you assist the department?
Okay, Jay, it's fine. I'll try and load it on my side. If you can just indicate when I must move the slides.
Okay.
Oh, there.
Is it now visible now?
Yes. It's here.
To all the members?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I trust all the members, honorable members have got access to the presentation. They can see it. I am Vice Admiral DM Konto, Chief of Logistics. Thank you, General Olomisa. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. You have summarized it very nicely, and I'll just go through it. I trust the members actually have seen the presentation. I think it was distributed way before the hand. The presentation to the Joint Standing Committee on Defense on the progress on the refurbishment of one military hospital, feedback and expenditure against previous allocation for the project. This is the aim, members. The scope, I'll be looking at the background, progress on refurbishment project, expenditure against previous allocation for the project, a suggestion, a way forward, and conclusion. As the General has just highlighted an overview of this project, is that it started in 2005, that the National Department of Public Works introduced the Repair and Maintenance Program, RAMP, for the Department of Defense. This was then already successfully implemented at Correctional Service and Justice and Constitutional Development. It was a project that was already matured from other state departments. So we tried this one to the Department of Defense. The aim of that ramp was to repair facilities to its original design, original baseline of the building. In August 2005, the Portfolio Committee on Defense visited the One Mill Hospital and raised their concerns for the my goodness, man. My engineer, come here and remove this thing. Oh, Lord. Yes. Hey, I was on my tab.
What's happening? Do you find it difficult to run it from your side? Can we assist you from the Parliament side, General? General Mkondo? General Mkondo, you have left members of Parliament in limbo.
You must court-martial him.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take him to the swamps.
No, I just made a mistake. I pressed the wrong button. It kicked out the presentation, but I'm putting it back.
Okay.
Is it clear now?
It is clear, General. Let's continue.
Okay. It's the one that's supposed to be moving out. All right. I was at the background. Yeah, it's fine. I was at the background that in 2009, DPW terminated the ramp because of its shortfalls and introduced the refurbishment program due to the shortcomings of the ramp. One of the shortfalls was a repair to the original design, not taking modern design and changes requirements regarding functionality and legal compliance into account. This basically what it means is that the current bylaws and the new laws of the land detect otherwise, if you build a hospital, you need to comply with certain laws and regulations of the current state. Here, the original baseline was not suitable to comply with those laws. Hence, it was changed. Hence, we pick up a lot of problems that the building itself was not complying with the current laws of the land. I trust that is where the problem started. In 2011, DPW completed the ramp at One Mill Hospital. The repair work was successfully done except to address the following. As I've just mentioned, that the functionality of the first floor was an issue. Occupational health and safety requirement was an issue as well. In 2011, up to 2023, the DPW continued with the reactivation to day-to-day maintenance and only repair what they consider to be emergency maintenance. The contract expired in 2023. The DOD took over the maintenance up to date. The DOD took consultants over from the National Department through a session of contract from DPW to the DOD to render a multiple professional planning, design, infrastructure services for the refurbishment, the upgrading of the first floor and related services, as well as procurement of contractor and the management of the building construction work until finalization. This was tried to assist us to redesign One Mill Hospital to comply with the laws, the current laws of the land, which did not actually happen. The professional service providers delivered procurement documents to go out on tender for the construction phase as per the required deliverables. Due to unavailability of funds and ABASCA's investigation, the project was put on hold pending the finalization of the forensics investigation. The ABASCA's report was an investigation to investigate the ramp that failed, why it failed, and what was the way forward. And there were other members that they had a case to answer in this ABASCA's report. And some of them, I think, they were actually sent to the SIU and the Hawks that we were dealing with the case, and I understand one of the members passed on during the process. Through the Memorandum of Understanding between the Department of Defense and the Development Bank of South Africa, the DOD tasked the DPSA to refurbish and upgrade the 7th floor of One Military Hospital. This is also the attempt to address the shortfalls. In October 2020, DOD engaged both the DPSA and Taktura. Taktura is an engineering company that was brought in to come and support us in terms of architectural and engineering design of the One Military Hospital to comply with the laws of the land. DPSA engaged Taktura, then DOD handed over all the procurement documents to DPSA in order to proceed with the project. DPSA could not proceed with the cessation of the contract due to unavailability of funds for the project to be executed and closed. So now it became another problem that after the whole planning and everything engineering-wise that was designed, we couldn't proceed because there was a problem in terms of the availability of funds. The budget that was required, the budget required for the project is based on the cost estimate of 2020. The building work was 580 million rand, since it was envisaged that the medical equipment may have an influence on the building. Here, General Olomisa will remember that there were some equipment that were bought, couldn't fit into some of the rooms and exit and entrances. So they even go out and to expire before they can be installed inside the One Military Hospital, is because of this compliance that the design was not actually suitable properly. The medical equipment was actually 799, close to 800 million rands. The total budget estimate was 1.3 billion rands, and this does not consider possible price increase and exchange rate that may have an influence on the estimated cost. That was estimated cost of 2020. Probably now when we go and reevaluate the budget, it might actually escalate to close to 2 billion rands because we have to add all those 10% of escalations. So we might actually realize that it will be much more higher than what it is now here. The expenditure against the previous allocation, The previous expenditure is as follows. The total cost of the RAM project executed by DPW from the beginning of the project was 493 million rand, 0.4. Since 2020 up to August 2024, DPWI spent close to 250, almost 250 on the total facility management to address day-to-day maintenance to ensure that the one military hospital stays current, and then OHASA-related issues are being addressed. A minor repairs that's supposed to be done, it was done. We spent close to 250 million rands on that. The total cost of the first floor project executed by the DOD is 52 million rand, is almost 53 million rands. In September 2024, then DOD took over the day-to-day maintenance, and the expenditure is 36 million rands. You can see from DPW to the Department of Defense, there was less escalations from 52, and then we managed to pay about close to 36 million rand. There was a big savings. There were some issues that probably DPW was adding from their side. But when we took over the project, it was much more affordable. This is the day-to-day maintenance. This is the budget that is given to us from National Treasury. But normally it used to be under the Department of Public Works. Now it is under the Department of Defense. And we seem to be doing very well on this one in terms of cost savings. For the financial year 2025, 26 up to 27, 28, the DOD has allocated about 100 to close to 200 million rands for a day-to-day maintenance that includes statutory maintenance and emergency repairs to keep the hospital running. This is the budget that we have currently for the hospital. Now, and in all this, now in terms of the way forward, what are we saying as the Department of Defense? The Department of Defense is considering possible construction of a new hospital based on the same or some of the factors below. I think this is a way forward that members of Parliament must now, as an oversight committee, to zoom in and hold us accountable, whether this one will be able to address now the problems that we have actually indicated for the last 20 years or so. The cost for the entire hospital to comply will be far more than 2020 estimate cost of 1.3 billion rands, as I've just mentioned, considering the exchange rates and possible price increase over the time. The current building design does not offer much possibilities to modernize hospitals, such as individual admission, cubicles inside the wards to minimize the spread of diseases and provide privacy. Some of the specialized services cannot be catered for within the existing hospital structure, such as trauma care and complex procedures with an ability to handle advanced diagnosis, inability to meaningfully cater for the training, research, and development that will contribute to the advancement of medical knowledge and practices. These are the new requirements that we're supposed to have been addressed. I trust that now when we go out on PPP arrangement, these ones will be addressed. They will be the first one activities to be addressed, so that the hospital complies with the bylaws and the standard of medical support infrastructure. The DOD conducted cost comparison estimates on 6 similar projects executed between 2013 and 2026, with the lowest cost of 1.4 billion that was completed in 2013 for 760 beds, and highest cost of 7.2 billion rand for 488 beds to be completed in 2026. These are basically a feasibility study, and to see what is the market saying about if you are intend building a new hospital. National Treasurer was engaged regarding construction of the new military hospital. So far, Government Technical Advisory Committee or committee, GTEC, that is falling under the National Treasurer, has appointed a transactional advisor to the Department of Defense to undertake the feasibility study the master plan pre-feasibility to identify suitable of location is to be concluded. So here we received already 2 presentations from the consultants that were appointed by the transitional advisor to see where are we going to build the new hospital, how the new hospital must look like, how much is probably is going to cost now, the PPP, and how much the Department of Defense is going to pay each and every month. But what we heard from them is very convincing, and it seemed to be a very good project that can work. And now we are waiting for maybe by the end of next week to listen to a presentation where the study is concluded, and the study is indicating whether the Department of Defense will be able to afford to pay the PPP arrangement. The pre-technical feasibility study will be concluded before the end of July this year, as I'm just mentioning it now. We are at advanced stage. The current one military hospital will then be repurposed in line with the Department of Defense lease reduction strategy that will see the South African Military Health Services, SAMS, element on lease facility being consolidated in one state-owned property. This will reduce the DOD lease cost with an estimate of about 38 million rand. That's specifically for the one military hospital, but we're going to expand it a little bit to include accommodation for the junior ratings. This we might be able to pay a little bit more, but with this PPP arrangement, we're going to save close to 38 million rands, because we actually leasing even the headquarters of the SAMS. I think this is suggested a way forward. The presentation is incomplete since now we are missing the next week conclusion of the feasibility study and the presentation, which will be presented to the Plenary Defense Staff Council to make sure that the Secretariat, the Ministry, and the Military Command is well briefed about the progress of the PPP arrangement as a way forward to solve the one military hospital. I think so far I can pause here, General, sir, and members of Parliament and honorable members, that I have highlighted what the General has just highlighted when he set up the scene. I think it's a little bit much more clearer, and I will allow now the General to take over from here to facilitate the questioning and inputs and comments. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Kondo. Deputy Minister, you wanted to say something?
No, at this stage, I think we must hear what Public Works is saying as to whether they are going to collaborate with the report which has been tabled, or they have a better suggestion.
Okay. Okay, thanks, DM. Let's, honourable members, I think let's carry on and go straight into the second presentation by the Department of Public Works. Department of Public Works, are you ready? The DG?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the co-chairperson, Dr. Kigaba. Good morning to all the honorable members. Good morning to the Deputy Minister, Holomisa. And good morning to all the colleagues that are from both departments, led by the respective appointed officials. Maybe let me say that the DM, with his comments, it just made me to feel better, in a sense that whether Public Works will collaborate or maybe come with something that is better. Let me just first indicate the following as an opening without getting into the detail. I will give to the head of PMTE to lead the presentation that we've prepared specifically for one military hospital so that there's a little bit of focus. Maybe to indicate that, Chair, currently Public Works is not engaging on doing maintenance for defense. Precisely because there was a letter sent by the I think it was Mlambo, I can't remember the name properly, but who was the CLOC at the time, to say we must stop doing maintenance. I think it was J.S. Mbuli, if I'm not mistaken. That's the name of the person. J.S. Mbuli, who signed the letter around the 7th of the 9th, 2021, where they wanted to say, July 2021, where they wanted to do these things themselves. I must indicate upfront, Chairperson, that what defense is doing is illegal. And what defense is doing has not informed public works. When I say public works, I mean myself as the accounting officer. I don't know what they are doing, to be honest. However, I must indicate I have attempted to meet the then SecDef, which is Dr. Kamede, for several times to try and meet in this thing. That was coming from the meeting that then Minister Thandi Modise and Minister Zigalala had a meeting with all of us in their office in Waterkloof. So, but I think the issue of one military hospital has got to be contextualized in a sense that between 21 and 2023, we had indeed, as the Admiral was saying, the REM contract that was there, which I think we will display through the presentation. But what I want to request the committee after we've done the presentation is to request maybe a further engagement on these matters of defense so that we don't come to the committee with differing views. Because ideally, when there are decisions that are made around infrastructure, which I would just want to underline, around infrastructure development, the department that is responsible for that is Public Works. Where they've got shortcomings, obviously, there's always a way to deal with those issues. I just want to confirm that we are here, Chairperson, Deputy Minister, and all the and the members of the committee to really support and assist the departments, and we will cooperate with whatever option they do. But I think the important part is the consultation part, which I'm really complaining about. And I wish the new SecDef was here, it would have been even better. And just apologize that the two ministers, the deputy minister and the minister is not here. But I think with your capacity, Chair, you'll be able to assist us in terms of arriving at the right position. Without wasting time, Chair, through you, let me introduce the report via Mr. Sibande, who will then give just a small overview so that he can take you through just on the specific one around one military hospital. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. Mr. Sibande, let's carry on.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, Dr. Kigaba. Chair, my request, DG, will be to request the team, the head of facility management, to lead on the presentation, and with noting your comment. I think it covers what one had requested through you to comment earlier on, and that has, to a large extent, addressed my concerns around our relationship with the client. As the head of property management in the Department of Public Works, I think, DG, we have made it clear to our clients across the board that we do have programs that seek to address our infrastructure backlogs. That relates to our intervention through the PPP programs, and of course, working with Treasury in order to ensure that the program is a success. And moreover, we have, as we have stated, did our part as Public Works to implement the total facility management up to the point where it was then taken over by DOD. May I humbly, through you, Chair, request that Dr. Porter take us through the report from that time up to the time when it was taken over by our colleagues from DOD. However, it must be stated, Chair, that there are a number of other issues that we still have to address with our colleagues and our counterparts in relations to facility management, projects implementation, and also some of the outstanding debts that remain unresolved issues with our counterparts. As the DG have said, it will be grateful for us that we have a follow-up engagement at a technical level to address those issues. I thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG. Dr. Porter, if you can assist with the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanda. Mr. Botha?
Thank you, Mr. Savanda. Can I perhaps request Parliament just to fly the presentation for us, please, if possible?
Okay, Committee Secretary Nandiba, can you fly the presentation?
Sorry, Chair. Vice Admiral Kondo needs to stop sharing, Chair. And yes, I have made Dr. Botha the co-host to flight. But if he's struggling, I can flight. But if Vice Admiral Kondo can please stop sharing.
Vice Admiral, stop sharing on your side, please.
I'm stop. Okay, I have to stop now. I have to remove this presentation of mine. Technology is challenging me, but I'll remove it now.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honourable Committee members. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Honourable Deputy Minister Holombiza, senior staff from Department of Defence. Also, good morning to the DG of Public Works, Mr. Sifiso Mdakane. Chair, while we're waiting for the presentation to be flagged, and I'm requesting Parliament just to assist me with that. I think also as a preamble to our presentation, I think it's a good question, a valid question that was raised by the Honourable Deputy Minister, taking in consideration that the facility was constructed in 1972. So the question that the Honourable Deputy Minister raised is that we should really look at the feasibility of continuous refurbishment of this hospital, considering the outdated technology and the designs. But Chair, there's the presentation. Thank you. And Chair, with your indulgence, I will not read word by word. It's quite a lengthy presentation. But as per the cover page, you will see it concentrate on the first TFM, Total Facilities Management contract, that was implemented from 1st September to August 2023. So, Chair, if you look at that slide there, it's really just a synopsis of the contract. And you'll see it was an integrated facilities management services, total facilities management contract that was implemented for a duration of 36 months. But subsequent to that, you'll see the second or third last row there. There was also extension for another 12 months. So it was actually a 48-month contract. And the scope really concentrated on all aspects of hard service, but also soft service, and we'll get into that. But what's important there, Chair, the second last row there, in terms of the cost over the 48-month period, it was just under 250 million. And if you look at the norm standard, the per rate per square, it actually amounted to about 64 Rand per square meter per month. So, Chair, I'm going to jump to the next slide. It's just an illustration of some of the successes of this contract. You will see the before and after pics, and I'm not going to go into that. You will see, for example, external signages, so that was also catered under the auspices of the specific contract. You will see, for example, your external signages, direction boards that has been replaced. And I think it's quite clear if you look at those pictures, there was some achievements in the contract in terms of some of the occupational health and safety requirements. Obviously, signage also is required in terms of the relevant regulations. The Chair, if you look at the next slide, it's slide number 4, landscaping that was done, and I'm not going to go into that, but I think the picture speaks for themselves. They're really indicating that there was also soft services in terms of landscaping that was rendered, in terms of invaded plants that were removed from the hospital premises and so forth. As Chair, with your indulgence, I'll jump to the next slide that talks with regard to palisade fencing, and you will see it's clear from the illustrations there, the photo, the album, is that most of the palisade fencing, that is also a requirement in terms of your safety posture of the facility. That it's important that those issues were also addressed. You'll see that some of the palisade fencing, actually the entire perimeter fence was refurbished or replaced under the auspices of the specific contract. Then, Chair, the next slide, just to give you also overview in terms of other services that was rendered on your right-hand side, you will see in terms of refurbishment, upholstered services that was done at the facility. And I think that is evident that some of that issues was also raised under the auspices, not only the engineering service, but also in terms of your furniture, because it was a total facilities management contract. Then, Chair, the next slide, very important for hospitals, hot water reticulation. You'll see your galvanized piping, your reticulation of your water supply that has been fixed or replaced under the auspices of this contract. And I think based on the briefing that I received from my colleagues at facilities management, I think there was a lot of achievements made in terms of engineering services as well. Then, Chair, let me go to the next slide. Also with regard to your Shura lines and so forth, let me not go into that. I think the photo speaks for themselves. It will just be interesting to see after the cancellation or the end of this contract, what was the condition currently at the facility. And I think from Public Works, we'll, with the permission of Department of Defense, I think we'll do a follow-up inspection at the facility to see if this services is still in a good condition as it was left after the end of that specific contract. Then, Chair, the next slide also talk about your cooling tower repairs before and after, fire pump house repairs. And I think what's also worth noting, this is also as part of your occupational health and safety requirements, but also in terms of your functionality of your facility. It's important in terms of your water supply. So I think there was some good work done under the auspices of this contract. Then, Chair, let me jump also to the next slide. And I think I already touched during my introduction with regard to hot water supply, your boiler operations. And I think worth noting is that there's a lot of statutory requirements when it comes to boiler and pressure vessels. And obviously, when it comes to boilers, routine safety maintenance, it's a requirement. And also in terms of your new emissions limits in terms of your emissions with regard to the new regulations that came out, it will also be interesting in a follow-up inspection that we anticipate to conduct at the facility to see if those facilities is still operational as depicted in these photos. Chair, then slide number 11 talks about minor work completed, and there's a whole list of them. I'm not going to go into them. I think I already mentioned, if you look at the first item, replacement of boiler 1 and 2 coal screws. So those are the coal screws that drive actually the coal into the boiler, into the oven. Then was also a 36 months maintenance service on those boilers, repair fire equipment and in pump house, repair fire equipment also in the pump house as part of phase 2. You see bullet number 6, palisade fencing of entire hospital perimeter, sewer stack repaired. Item number 10, also very important for hospitals, your public address system that has been repaired under the auspices of this contract. Then, Chair, also you'll see some street lights and floodlights prepared as per item number 12. Item number 18 talks about the boiler raise gutter repairs, and also item number 19, the last one on your left-hand side, second floor benches repaired at info desk. And I think the photos was also presented during this presentation. Then also on your right-hand side, there's a whole list of items that was catered under this contract. You'll see item number 14, epoxy flute floor main kitchen that was also renovated under this contract. But let me jump to the next slide, and I'm really getting to the end of my presentation now. Slide number 12, about the current situation. You will see DPWI entered into a partnership with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to conclude the MOA to assist with long-term infrastructure planning, which included total facilities management. So currently we have a MOA with the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and we're also rolling total facilities management programs out to other infrastructure. For example, if you look at courts and so forth. Then item number 2 there, if you just go one slide back, please, you will see item number 2 on September 2020, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, through a request for proposal, procured a total facilities management service provider through a panel to facilitate facilities management services at 1 military for a period of of 3 years. The total facilities management contract came to an end in August 2023, and an extension of 12 months was granted by Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. And I think I alluded on that fact during my first slide on the presentation. Then, Chair, if you go down about 5 other bullets down in January 2025, a new framework panel through Department of DPSA has been approved, and an allocation of a new total facilities management service provider was appointed to execute total facilities management services for a period of 6 months to grant the client sufficient time to assess and decide on appropriate scope of work. So after the 6-month period, the client DOD decided to extend the total facilities management services of the service provider to 36 months period, since all parties has agreed to the refinement of the TFM scope of work at one military hospital. And then the last bullet, also important, Chair and Honourable DM, is that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is not in a position to report on the current progress on the total facilities management services procured directly by DOD since September 2024. So there's our presentation. Thanks for the opportunity, and I also acknowledge the presentation that was done by Department of Defence. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me hand back to the DG. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, DM, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Botha, and thank you for your presentation. Honourable members, I think let me just emphasize that we have heard from the DG of Public Works that the two departments are not in sync on this critical national facility. Without much ado, I think I'm going to open for engagement on the two presentation, and I must just indicate as well that we really appreciate the presentation by the Vice Admiral, and also that presentation by Dr. Botha. Thank you very much. Honourable members, I'm going to open for discussion. I see members already raised hands. I'm going to start with Honourable Munyai, then Honourable Harding, and Honourable Nihas. Okay, I see Honourable. Okay, let me start with the 3 hands. Then from there, I'll follow. I'll take the other hands. Let's start with you, Honourable Munyai.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Let me welcome the 2 excellent presentations. I'm saying excellent because they were trying to give us some sense on what progress has been made and the challenges that has been experienced. One, I think it is very clear that we must welcome the new big picture to try to respond of the new needs, new one military hospital that will respond to the needs of our military veterans, of our military services, without the constraint of trying to restore the old one mil to its historical position. As you said, it is something, infrastructure that was built in the 70s. And it doesn't help us with it also presents a risk of transmission of disease in its current form, and it does not address what has been outlined as privacy from the presentation. And I'm happy that, Chairperson, that the Public Works, Department of Public Works were able to clarify their part as to what they have done thus far, and also equally the side of the DOD. But I think without any other, without any issue, we have to support this initiative of building one big military hospital that will ensure that we meet all the bylaws and all the conditions of development by the relevant municipalities where this will be built. And I think the pictorial presentation by Dr. Rian from DPW was trying to demonstrate what was old, what was new, that was done there. Honorable Chairperson, I must say that, Honorable Co-Chairpersons, I must say that I think the constraints that has been put forward, and I think there was declaration that those that were involved in the issues of wrongdoing or allegedly wasteful expenditure and so forth and so on, already this issue of the involvement of the SIU to address those issues as raised by the AGSA. It will be better again, I know 2025 was yesterday, that we go back. I think we received presentation after the military council has received their presentation and the approval, and receive a clear capacity, because if you look at it here, it is important that Public Works work closely with the DOD because this is their core function and expertise to support the department, because they have all the capabilities. However, where there's been a corrupt activities or illegal things done, let the law take its course. But I must say that it's very imperative that we look at the bigger picture and endorse that bigger picture that the DM would have outlined in the C-log. So, Honorable Chairperson, the question arises, even though we're going to build a new 1 mill, what will be the current state? What will happen with the current state of the old 1 mill? Will we continue to use it in current form as part of the temporary measure? Or what is the thinking of both Public Works and the department in this regard? And I think it will be better that in the future, we have one presentation that has been aligned by both PMTE, DPW, and as well as DOD on the proposed project. It's critical that we have to receive the clarity on the new proposed project. We have to see what is the proposed area where they need to do it, what are the numbers, and so on and so forth. But the other key issues, Honorable Chair, is that the involvement of the department, the DBSA, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, was it through the intervention of the DOD or the Department of Public Works, if that could be clarified? And it will be important that in the next meeting, we have all the principals, though we're receiving a report, all the principals from both sides, so that this commitment that's being put forward, it's also shared and owned by shared ownership by both Department of Public Works politically and by DOD, as the Deputy Minister would have clarified. Let me just leave it here, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nyai. Honorable Harden.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Chair, I've got a bit of a problem with bandwidth, so can I keep the camera off?
Yes, sir.
Right, Chair. It was mentioned that it's a very old hospital, 1972. And we all know that. But the fact is, today, without the goals set in 2006, the hospital has now become 54 years old, and most probably will get much older before all the promises are actually, if they ever are being fulfilled, will be fulfilled. The reality is that everybody in this meeting today, nobody here was present in most of the meetings, similar meetings as this, for the past 20 years. And so everybody here, including from the departments, can say it's BMT, before my time. And it's just an ongoing process, rolling on from portfolio committee to portfolio committee, from different heads of departments to others, to their successors. But the reality is, serving members, when this hospital, when the projects started, and when the portfolio committee visited the hospital in 2005, serving members were in their 40s and 50s. They have now become pensioners and veterans, and they have seen how everything declines and nothing really gets sorted out. And now some of them were actually there when the hospital was fully operational, and now they have to struggle. There's limited facilities available. The services that are being provided at the hospital is declining. They are forced to rely more on outsource medical support because of what is happening or not happening at one mall. So, Chair, we cannot go on as all the portfolio committees in the past and live on promises. And then we move on and we get another meeting, and then there are delays and explanations and more promises. I think we are now past that stage. Chair, not that I'm saying nothing has happened, and I would like to say emphatically that every portfolio committee, joint standing committee, has failed since this start, failed to ensure that delivery takes place, that something really is happening at one mall. Yes, and it's not only the people involved. There's the growing, the escalating funding problem. I think all of us realize that. But also, it would be unfair not to say that between June 24, when we assumed office, and January and now, that nothing has happened. Yes, I think there's some evidence that the hospital has become slightly better maintained, but certainly not substantially more operational. And the critical measures of success remains unanswered. 20 years after the project's start, when will the first floor, theatres, casualty area, the ICU, radiology, and laboratory services finally restored to be fully operational? But Chair, and yes, we can live on promises, but I think the crisis at the hospital at One Mill has now reached such a stage that this committee, Chair, and I would recommend that strongly, receive quarterly updates, progress reports, complete with percentages and amounts paid out, so that we are being held accountable, so that we can also hold the departments involved accountable. So, Chair, I will strongly propose that when we do our report, that we insist on quarterly reports on this to be submitted to the committee. But I would also like to know whether the departments do actually have the capacity to provide this committee with quarterly reports. Then, Chair, we cannot discuss One Mill with its history to know about the accountability. We need to know what actions were actually taken on the different findings, the AG's findings, material irregularities, money recovered, people disciplined. That is always been hidden from us. We need, I think, now a report, and I will also propose that for the committee's recommendations, that the departments and the SANDF reports on accountability, what has happened, who's been disciplined, how many people have been disciplined, and the funds recovered through retention clauses, whatever. We need that. Then there's also, we're also linked to this. There's also, we need a matrix reflecting every recommendation made in the Abacus investigation and the implementation thereof, the responsible office, and with supporting evidence. So we need that as well, Chair. And I know that we have the 7-day clause, which normally is not being honoured, but we will have to, in the committee's recommendation, address this so that we actually do get a report that we can work with, so that when we come here next year, and we will revisit that next year, that we can say this has happened and there is progress, and that this committee who is being held accountable can also then say this is what we achieved in this period. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Hutton. 20 years is a lot. 20 years is a lot. You're quite right. We need to find a solution to this. You can't carry on with this type of the type of a project which is just which cannot be completed. Honorable Nihas.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Unfortunately, I cannot say thank you to either the Department of Defense or the Department of Public Works. The presentations that we have received today have reached a new low. This must be some of the worst presentations that we, as a joint standing committee on defense and also the portfolio committee on defense, has ever received. On top of that, we have to hear from the Department of Public Works that there's been apparently no proper cooperation between the department and the Department of Defense on these presentations. They are in disjuncture. And in fact, they tell us what the Department of Defense is doing is illegal, and they actually don't know what they are busy doing. So, Chair, for 25 years, the refurbishment of one military hospital has been a criminal disgrace. We all know what should have been a proud restoration of one of Africa's finest military hospitals has become an over 1 billion rand monument to tender fraud, to irregular expenditure, and the betrayal of our soldiers and veterans. The Abacus forensic report of December 2020 exposed gross irregular contracts worth hundreds of millions, a corrupt relationship between a senior Department of Defense official and the principal consultant, 19.55 million rand in unused and obsolete medical equipment, and massive cost overruns. And today we have to be told by the Department of Defense that this hospital is old, that therefore they could not install some of that equipment. Do they want to tell us that some of this was not known at the time when this equipment was ordered? The AGSA issued material irregularities and findings in 2023. There's still no action on any of this. When we had an engagement with the Hawks in May 2025, they told us that the 51 million rand fraud investigation was ready for the NPA. Well, we are still waiting. Yet today, now in June 2026, the Department of Defense and the Department of Public Works representations to this committee recycle to us old history They show us these pretty little pictures of repaired signage and landscaping and quietly admit that they are now thinking of abandoning the project for a new hospital, while the first floor, the theatres, the ICU, casualty remains non-functional. So after 25 years of betrayal and of theft, they now come and tell us, right of everything that we've done here to a large extent, we're going to start at scratch. While this hospital, as we talk today, continues to operate at roughly a 40% capacity, the specialists are leaving, the training is collapsing, outsourcing costs exceed 30 million rands a year. Soldiers and veterans have been turned away or are receiving substandard care. Some have died waiting. Chair, this is not mismanagement. Let us call it by its real name. It is murder by proxy. And in the economic freedom fighters, we've said this before and I will say today again. The blood of those who perished stains the hands of the guilty. The officials, the consultants, the contractors, and the political heads who lied or looked away. We in the EFF last year laid charges against the minister for misleading Parliament. She told us that there were no illegality or investigations going on. And today we must again ask why no one has been disciplined, why no money has been recovered, why the SIU investigation has produced absolutely nothing, and why the Hawks docket still gathers dust. Chair, I've got a couple of questions. In fact, I've got 10, but I will only ask 5. But these questions scream for answers, and I will present the rest of them through our administration to both the Department of Defense and the Department of Public Works. I want to know which officials were ever held accountable for the Abacus report findings of irregular and corrupt conduct, and why were so many allowed to retire untouched? They were simply allowed to walk away. There was absolutely no accountability. What is the current status of the Hawks or NPA process on the 51 million fraud and the 1.4 billion broader irregularities that we again today had to listen to? Why has the first floor not been restored at all, despite the fact that billions had been spent and there had been decades of promises? Who is responsible for the decision to stall the project due to unavailability of funds, while they continue to spend hundreds of millions on maintenance band-aids and present to us pretty little pictures of those band-aids? What concrete, time-bound steps will the executive take this month to enforce consequence management and restore full clinical capability? I emphasize this month, not next year, now. The presentations before us are an insult to this committee. They are an insult to every soldier in this country who ever wore the uniform. They prove simply to us that the disaster and the incompetence continues. This Joint Standing Committee on Defence must now act decisively, Chair. We must demand full written reports within 14 days. We must subpoena those responsible and tie every future rand to accountability milestones. And we must place on public record that continued inaction is unacceptable. I agree with Mr. Hutton. All our committees have failed to do our oversight work properly. And we simply cannot allow yet another year, another death, and yet another excuse. We must arrest the looters. Even those who have retired should be pursued and kept responsible. Retirement does not exclude them from culpability. Chair, we are now talking about a new hospital. I am scared about agreeing as a committee today on the process for such a new hospital when we have not seen accountability for the current disaster that has been presented to us today. If we fail to follow up on accountability here, how can we guarantee that a new hospital with new huge financial implications will not become once again a process for looting and for total irregularity? I would say that we should include this particular project, this 1 mil hospital, and the 25 years of disaster in the Independent Defence and Inquiry Task Team proposal that Deputy Minister Major General retired Bantu Olumisa has made to us. Now we need accountability. Only on the basis of accountability can we hope to move forward, to try and resolve this disaster, to regain public funds that have been looted, and to have a foundation on which whatever new project we want to launch can be done. And lastly, Chair, I do not want to have the Department of Public Works and the Department of Defense coming here again to present to us, not having coordinated their presentations with each other, not having spoken to each other, and the one telling us that they do not know what the other is doing. Stop insulting our intelligence. Stop wasting our time. I'm sorry, Chair, but this presentation today is a total waste. It has gone into the garbage can as far as I'm concerned, because we have not been given the information that is required. We are being led by the nose. We are being insulted. Our intelligence is being insulted. This is unacceptable, and there must be consequences for everyone responsible in this utter disaster. I've kept my camera off because I'm in hospital, but I must tell you, I emphasize the need for me to be part of this discussion and to make this input despite my own health condition, because of the seriousness of the situation. Because what we see in 1 mil hospital is symptomatic of what is happening throughout the whole Department of Defense. It cannot be allowed. We need to stop the rot, and we need to stop the rot right now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nicholas. Please don't breach the doctor's advices. We wish you a speedy recovery. We will not.
My recovery will not be better when we get terrible reports like this, Chair. This is most disconcerting.
It's understandable, Honorable Member. We will not fail the nation. I will ensure that we work with the team to resolve this problem. This is our responsibility, Honorable Members. 20 years is quite a long time. Honorable Hala.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Members and colleagues at large. Chair, mine is not a question, but I just want to register my disappointment in that after so many years, budget allocated, and today we are told that DOD is intending to build a new 1 mil. I'm so disappointed to hear that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hala. Straightforward, a disappointment on a member. Honorable Noah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and two departments officials and DM. Chair, I would have loved to hear the response from the DM Holomisa General after the presentation by Department of Public Works, but that, as it may, he will still perhaps comment on that, because my little disappointment, firstly, was the opening remarks of the HOD to say he doesn't know what the Department of Defense is doing there. My main concern is, even before this meeting, when it was arranged, the HOD couldn't just take make a call to the department just to prepare this meeting so that they appear before the parliament, having at least discussed. But to come and display what he did here, it is very much unfortunate, because it clearly displays how we don't take serious our mandate in the manner in which he did. Maybe you will have a different understanding of what I'm saying, but this is how I look at it. And I will still want to hear, why did he not take a call to ask the department what are they doing, other than to come and tell us that they don't know what the Department of Defense is doing there. That is not what we expect. We expect him, when he comes to Parliament, to account. Now, he did not account, as far as I'm concerned. Chair, without being repetitive, I align myself with comments made by the previous speakers. But for me, to bring together everything, in my view, is that indeed we have been taken for a ride, especially when the first report was presented. It started what we had when we were making an oversight there. So clearly, there are a number of gaps in that report. One, Chair, we haven't heard from Treasury how it has been considering what is happening in this project, because it is mentioned in many presentations. Two, we haven't taken into account the AG's report in order to bring together exactly how the department has been conducting themselves as far as this project is. Therefore, Chair, my suggestion would be, having heard and listened, we set aside this reports and we get the two departments' reports, the AG and the Treasury. But with a view saying, Chair, after those reports, while the two departments will have to bring a joint report together, we can no longer come back and talk about this. It is clear it is out of our scope to investigate. We just listen and ask questions and ask for reports. There are people there are institutions within government who are dedicated, established to investigate and establish and dig out the truth. Why don't we then move to, take that step? Because whatever report that is going to come after this, we will still be cycling around. For me, it's time to refer, whether you refer it to SIU or you establish a commission, this is where we are now. We can no longer expect another report after this. And in order to do that, Chair, if you listen to Honorable Hatting and Honorable Niehaus, those suggestions that they made, they are now verbal. So I will say we need to retreat as a committee and have our own meeting. Then we prepare exactly what we are presenting to the department as a committee, not as individuals in the meeting. Because I will say, in order for the departments to be able to understand what the committee is saying, it is only when we submit it in writing. So that would be my recommendation, Chair, to take the process forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Noah. Thank you with that proposal that we need to retreat as a committee so that we come with a position to all the key stakeholders. Honorable, I don't see any other hand.
Chair.
I've raised my hand, Chair.
Yeah, my hand is up, Chairperson. You must see my hand.
My hand is
Yes.
up. My hand is up too. My hand
Okay,
is up.
I can see honorable members. I can see. I'll start with Honorable Kukeli, then I'll follow Honorable Shelembe, Honorable Kherik. Honorable Harding, I see you still raising your hand. But let me start.
Yes, Chair. I just want a brief second of your time there, please.
Okay, no, I'll give you a platform, honorable member. Let me start with Honorable Kukeli. Your blessing is yours, Manian.
Thank you, Honorable Co-Chair. Deputy Minister and colleagues, you know, I think Honorable Harting and Honorable Ala, in fact, all the members, honorable members that have spoken before me have said it all. But I also do want to register this. The Public Works Director General has confirmed for us, you know, he has confirmed what this committee has been suspecting, that the Department of Defense is acting outside the law. You know, under the Government Immovable Asset Management Act, the custodianship of national buildings rests with Public Works, not Defense. That means the DOD has no legal authority to run the refurbishment of the one military hospital. It has no authority to appoint contractors, no authority to manage infrastructure, funds, and no authority to design or execute works on a building it does not own. Yet all these things, I think the confirmation is that they have been doing them. The DG said, retired Lieutenant General Mboli, may his soul rest in peace, who was the CLOG, wrote a letter and informed them that they are taking over whatever, I think something like a hostile takeover. And I mean, the Department of Defense has not convinced me, you know, in this project or in any of its projects that it is capable of handling finances. You know, everything that they are doing, it's crumbling, it's catastrophic. So this admission by the DG says to me that our committee must now activate its constitutional powers, you know, under Section 55 and 56. That is, enforcement measures must be applied immediately, you know. Compulsory summonses of all officials who authorized or participated in unlawful procurement, production orders for every contract, you know, invoices, whatever that information that we need. Liability determination for officials who violated the PMFA, Treasury regulations, and whatever regulation. Financial loss recovery, referral, you know, and joint summons of DPWI and DOD, you know. And we need to, you know, it's unfortunate that the ministers are both not around. A directive to the ministers to implement consequence management within fixed timelines. So what I'm saying is that the evidence before us triggers enforcement immediately. You know, I mean, even if we can call another meeting and sit down with them, even if we can ask questions, no questions, we will not get anything here. So Parliament cannot allow a department to break the law, mishandle public funds, and then return to this committee with excuses instead of accountability. So mine is really to say, in whatever that the general, Major General Olomisa, the Deputy Minister, had suggested, in terms of trying to assist the department. But now I think probably we need to reinforce these measures. We need accountability. I mean, we cannot just sit and not do anything about this. This is a serious violation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kubukeli. Honorable Shalambe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If one looks at the DOD, each and every entity or whatsoever, we have problems of looting. The looting that has taken place and still taking place at the one military hospital. It's similar to the looting that took place and still taking place at Denel. And solutions are not, sorted out to say what is the solution, but what we find is that no, Department of Public Works, you are not going to do this work. We as DOD, we are going to do that work. You go same, to South African Navy, you find, SA Navy saying, look, AMSCO, we want to do this work. And you find at the end that those people do not have, the necessary skills to perform those duties because their core mandate is something else. My problem here, every time when we debate budget, whatever, we are saying the department is underfunded. But if you look what's happening here, outsourcing, the facility that is supposed to be assisting the one military hospital, it's costing the department 30 million rand a year. At the same time, the department, the hospital is paying some employees, and you look at that 30 million rand going out, whilst you have some staff, in the place, and again losing the skilled personnel, and no training is taking place to ensure that we do not end up outsourcing everything, because once the skills personnel are leaving one military hospital, surely the department will continue incurring unnecessary cost of outsourcing. Now, looking back, I think Deputy Minister General Olomisa will agree with me that from 2019, the same thing that we are discussing today is what we're being discussed from 2019 when I joined the Portfolio Committee on Defense. And the former Minister, Minister Mapisa Ngakula, nothing happened. Then Thandi Modise came in, nothing happened. Now we have Minister Angie Moser, nothing is happening. Now, the question that I have, when is the minister going to implement the remedial action to ensure that those who are responsible are charged accordingly? But if you look the years back, number of those people who are involved in their corruption may not be in the department right by now. Some of those consultants may not be available in those companies or firms. So this is is very, very disturbing, because if you look, say, 2019 to 2020, investigation showed that a financial crime advisory firm was commissioned by the DOD. Where are the findings? What is happening? And it's clear that there were also the issue of procurement irregularities. Where are those people who are involved in that? Are they still there, or they have resigned? Nothing. So now I think the issue that we have here it needs, a decision from the minister to say, those people who were involved, where are they? What is happening? Even the report of the Auditor General is putting it clear that, there were corruption. Every year, when we consider or we look at the report of the AG, you will see the same thing. We are making noise today. Next year, we'll be talking the same thing. What action is the minister going to take to ensure that, the corrupt officials, those who are implicated, get arrested or they are charged accordingly? But what we see is just talking. I'm telling you, now we have maybe two and a half years for this portfolio committee in office. Nothing will happen. The next committee will come and talk the same things we are discussing here. I think the minister must do something different from the previous ministers. Action must take place. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Shalembe. Honorable Shalembe, we need to do something. We cannot say this committee will not do anything. We are here now. We need to arrest the situation. We can't just continue with the same thing. Honorable Gerrie?
Yeah, Chairperson, good morning, and good morning to the Deputy Minister, and also good morning to all the other colleagues at large. Chair, I have just decided this morning to abandon my written notes, not to waste my intellectual capacity on such a report and on the thievery and the corruption that we see here this morning. It will be an insult to myself and an insult to the intellectual capacity of other colleagues also. That's a strong point that I make, but I have to put this on record. Chair, everyone that has received this report and that has an interest in this committee, from ministers to DGs to whoever, will know that this is a very serious report, and will know that will go out of their way to attend this meeting, to come and account on behalf of their department and their budgets and so on. The fact that key people are absent here this morning is in itself an insult to this committee, whereby we make the inference that they say you can say what you want to, you can do what you want to, but you won't get past us. We are the executive authority, and we are not going to account to you. This is the inference that I'm taking, drawing from this action of those key people that are absent. Number one, Chairperson, if they talk about the building a new building, but before I get there, let me just say, when we went for an oversight visit last year in 2025, they've taken us through all those places that were dilapidated, unfinished, and half-built, and there was no talks. There were no talks whatsoever about a new building and a new hospital. No talks whatsoever. Instead, we were pointed at how they will fix the existing problems and the strategy that they will follow. Now, in order to build a new, to deviate from the existing and to build a new hospital, for instance, you need the reports of structural engineers that must tell us what is wrong. Why can't they proceed in building on the existing structure? In the absence of a structural engineer, and not just any structural engineer, it must be credible, independent structural engineers that must submit their reports to this committee, so that this committee understands the practicality of not proceeding with building that hospital on the same structure, but a new building. So we need the reports of structural engineers. We cannot just take a report from anybody that woke up in the morning and that wakes up in one morning and say, oh, we need a new hospital, and therefore I'm going to propose a new hospital. No, it cannot happen. We also need at least three credible independent reports, not only one report from those structural engineers, because they may have different opinions with regard to the approach of a new building. Secondly, the Auditor General in its report, its damning findings, it is indeed damning findings. Now, The new Amendment Audit Act authorized the Auditor General to lay criminal charges against any person that commit material breaches implicated in their reports. Now, we must understand and we must ask why the AG has not acted, because this is a huge amount involved here. And it cannot go unseen or unreported, even by the authorities in that body of the AG. So we must understand, why did they not push or pursue criminal charges against people that are found to be on the wrong side of the law? Thirdly, Chairperson, it is important to understand that here on this building, it's the same trend. It is, as Honorable Shalem has said, it's the same trend that follows elsewhere in the country. It's the same culture that these guys are waiting who will come to the fore, and then those people that submit affidavits and implicate other people will be killed, will be shot dead in front of their families. This is the same pattern that will follow here. And therefore, it brings us to the fact that here is a sophisticated gang involved in hijacking the budgets of Treasury, hijacking the buildings, of hijacking any other initiative, and also sucking the departments of their monies and pursuing corrupt activities, fraudulent activities as well. And they must never be exposed. This is what I see here. We are not aware. We don't know by now, unless they are identified. We don't know on what other sides they are still involved. Where do they manipulate the system? Where do they threaten the system? Because this is not just the work of one person. This is a work of a conglomerate of people together, or companies together, that have colluded to collapse this thing and to steal the money the way they have done in this corrupt report as we've seen it. So, Chairperson, this is a serious matter. I hope you take cognizance of the fact that I propose that we must have the report of the structural engineer, and it must come very, very soon to this committee. We don't have a lot of time to sit and wait for report after report after report. And excuse me for my word, but this is absolutely nonsensical to wait for report after report. And each time when the reports are available, the ministers, the DGs, whoever, they do not attend the specific meetings. Then the Department of Public Works, they must also account, and they must come to the fore. We need a report from them also, because if they were not involved, we must understand why were they not involved. We cannot just take it from the Department of Defense. They must come and explain to us why were they outruled, or why were they excluded in this process of procurement and building the structures, etc. And then lastly, Chairperson, it is a matter of fact. I take note of the colleagues, the proposal by the colleagues that we as a committee must come together. Yes, we've asked for many times that the committee must come together. We will only avail ourselves to get to involved in a committee meeting when we can decide together, respect each other, and talk to one another as people that have been elected on this platform of Parliament, instead of sitting in that committee covering up for people, bullying other people that have different opinions, and so on. This is in the public interest, that this report must be dealt with in the public. It must be dealt with in the open. And it must be open transparently. You must call that person to order. He's ill-disciplined, the person that speaks there.
Out of order now.
The person that speaks there is out of order. They cover up for ministers, those that cover up this report. They cover up for DGs, they cover up for crooks, they cover up for crooks, they cover up for the thieves. And this is why they don't want this report to be dealt with in the public. This is what we're dealing with here.
As you conclude, Honourable Member.
Yes, but by the way, we are eager to know who are being protected here, what high profiles are being protected here, and who of them were involved in the cover-up and in the corruption of this.
On the subject matter, please.
I am concluding.
No one is
I'm busy concluding. You come
conclude.
again with this. You come again with this style to threaten and intimidate people. Other people you've given 20 minutes. I'm only speaking for 10 minutes now. So stop this, please. I am saying I've made a proposal. And I want this committee to consider my proposal. When we touch on these thieves, you start to get jittery when we speak the truth here.
Please, can you Thank you very much. Honorable Harding, do you want to raise, raise the matter you forgot? Honorable Harding?
No, Chair, I don't know whether it's a matter I forgot or perhaps was not brought on your attention. Chair, in the letter of apology of the Minister of Public Works, he stated in 2 paragraphs, raised a concern that he advised the committee perhaps to look at, but that was not brought to our attention. Can I just, perhaps for your attention and then a way forward, I'm reading and quoting verbatim, I have taken a particular interest in the reported approximate monthly fee of 5.2 million paid in respect of minor works undertaken through the contract. This is the TFM contract. In my view, this aspect of the project warrants closer scrutiny, and I would encourage the committee to satisfy itself whether value for money was achieved and that all expenditure was incurred appropriately and in accordance with the applicable procurement requirements. Now, Chair, with that was not put before us. Can I perhaps ask then that we get a report on this, a detailed report on the monthly expenditure, the companies involved, and the work that was done.
Thank you.
Also, thank you, Chair. I think you have perhaps missed that paragraph.
Thank you, Honorable Harding. Honorable members, we're still going to give the department time to respond to your questions. Can I please, Honorable Nihas, give the both departments to respond to your questions, and other things we'll discuss them in our committees, please.
Yes, Chair. We can give them a chance, but I also would like to make a proposal, but let them give their input for what it's worth. I'm not holding my breath exactly, I must be honest, after what has happened here this morning. But after that, I really kindly request you to give me a chance because I've got a proposal that I would like to make. I'll appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Nahas. Honorable Munyai, do you want to say something? I want to give
No, I'm following your guidance only after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Minister Holmisa, you've heard the concerns about the members are not happy, but I think you have noted all the issues which members raised, and also the DG of Public Works. You have noted all the issues which have been raised. The platform is yours. We're going to start with the Deputy Minister Holmisa to take us along. Deputy Minister, I think you can just tell us who's going to respond to the questions which have been raised with regard to the DOD. The platform is yours, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Let us leave or give the platform to the Chief of Logistics as well as the DG from Public Works. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Let me start with Vice Admiral Mkondo. Then we'll follow with the Department of Public Works. Vice Admiral.
No, thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. Thank you, General Romisa, for giving me the platform. Now we've got several questions here. One of those is that by law we're not allowed to conduct repair and maintenance and upgrades and refurbishment of our own buildings. And that matter is coming back for the second time. The last time it was Portfolio Committee on Defense, where the Deputy Minister of Department of Defense and the Deputy Minister of Public Works was there. It is incorrect when you look at the laws of the land in terms of Defense Act and what the Minister of the Defense is allowed to do or not to do is tabled in those reports. And the laws of the land actually support the Department of Defense to look after its own properties. That one, maybe it might be a discussion for another day. But what I would like to summarize all the questions that have been asked and comments that was done, starting from our Honorable Member in the Kalni House, that within 14 days must be a report of the 2 reports from the Department of Defense and the Department of Public Works. There must be a coordination. I fully agree that there has been a poor coordination between ourselves and the Department of Public Works. So now, why did we take over the project in the first place? it was this reason of poor service delivery to the military hospital. And we said we cannot allow this thing to proceed further than this. And we had to take it over. And it is that what actually prompted that members were investigated. We handed over the case to SIU, and SIU handed over the case to the Hawks. There are members that have been investigated now. It is difficult for the Department of Defense to go out there to ask now the Hawks about the update of what is actually currently happening, because the Department of Defense cannot now subject these members from DPW to the military courts. The one that we were supposed to have actually arrested by the military police unfortunately passed on. So what he was staying behind was these civilian members from DPW. Hence, the case was sent to the Hawks. Now, I think is one point that we're supposed to have clarified how far the case is. We should have gone to the Hawks to ask the updated report on those civilian members from DPW. So now we'll see now what was the reason. Why did we decide to take over the project? Yes, we have not been doing a good job on that because we moved from DPSA and then we have done all the structural engineering studies that was done. What we have picked up was that it was going to cost us more to upgrade and change and reconfigure the hospital to the current bylaws. So we were left with one option to say, is it possible to build a new hospital? And we said, yes. Is it going to be cost effective? Now, this is the report that members of the parliament must be able to sit down and look at it. We're going to present it, a thorough and detailed report. If we upgrade, reconfigure the current structure versus the building of the new one. Now, from our side, we presented to ourselves and we said it is better to build a new one and change the current hospital to be the headquarters of the South African Military Health Services and convert the remaining blocks to be an accommodation for junior ratings, NCOs and junior officers. So that is one part, which I will argue strongly that I will prepare a detailed report to say these are engineering reports. I'm happy that honorable member Herike and Shalembe and honorable member Pumlane Kubuke exactly to say they want to see what is the justification of the new hospital. Is it not going to now prompt again a corruption trend that has been observed over the last 20 years? I would like to agree, yes, there were a lot of things that gone wrong, and not that we have not taken actions. We have taken actions, and hence now we're ending up this time that the Department of Defense is taking a full responsibility from the project that we're going to embark on. It will be the Department of Defense that will be fully accountable to the process that we have initiated. But with the previous process, where DPW was involved, then there's a serious problem there. Where we cannot move, we cannot account, because we'll say these ones are responsible for that, and they'll be pointing fingers to us. What I'm saying, members of parliament, please hold us accountable to the processes that we have undertaken ourselves as the Department of Defense. And I just like to share, now I've got General Kekana that is with me. He unfortunately couldn't log in, but he can add now in terms of now all the technical details that the members of parliament are raising here. General Kekana, I trust that you are available. You can, the members will listen to you. Is actually, I'm trying to connect him through my phone so that he can add from what I have actually missed from my explanation here. Thank you very much. General Kekana.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. General Kekana, is he on the line?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me proceed.
Chair and the members of the committee, Deputy Minister and the Admiral. I think the Admiral has summed up to most of the questions that were raised by the members of the committee. However, the one that I would just like to add on is that when we took over the project of one military hospital from Public Works, it was based on the agreement between the both departments, between DOD and DPW. That was led by what the Admiral has already indicated in terms of the legislative framework that allows our minister or the DOD to be the custodian of the property that they occupy. Was that it was going to be a pilot project as part and parcel of the process of DOD resuming responsibility of custodianship on its property. Secondly, the one that I would like also to indicate is the one for the DBSA interventions. The intervention by DBSA, initially DBSA was contracted by DPW to undertake total facility management at the hospital, at one military hospital. Now, as part of us taking over, the DPW was only providing the administrative part. The technical part, it was our members of the DOD who were on the ground, who were managing DBSA on a daily basis. As a result, we decided and agreed with DPW that we are going to take over the responsibility of the maintenance of the hospital as it was done by DPW. Hence, we continued with DBSA. That was done through the memorandum of agreement that was signed by the Secretary for Defense and the DBSA. So the DBSA intervention was the agreement between the two departments, and that's how it came to us. And the other part that I would like to also indicate is that there is monthly meetings between the DOD and DPW. This was the instruction that was given by the previous sitting of the Joint Standing Committee. I'm not sure if it was the Joint Standing Committee, but where DPW and DOD appeared before the Parliamentary Committee, where we were instructed to say we must go and sort ourselves out. We established a joint task team where DPW, they've got an appointed official and the DOD's got appointed officials. On those, that is where we are sitting to resolve all these issues that are affecting the two departments in terms of the service that is expected from DPW and the compliance that is expected from the DOD. I'm not sure if the officials from the DPW have not reported that to the DG. As a result of that, one of the issues that we have addressed was the question of the legal framework in relation to the custodianship of immovable assets. The two legal departments from DPW and the DOD, they said they interpreted Constitution in terms of Annexure 7, they interpreted Section 80 of the Defense Act, as well as the GIAMA. They came up with a report that also stressed and emphasized and confirmed that the DOD, in terms of the legislation, in terms of the legal and the laws of this country, DOD remains the custodianship of the immovable assets that they are occupying. So the report is ready. It was also signed by both two legal officers that were appointed by DOD and DPW, and it was sent to DPW as well. So the issue of the legality, I think it has been cleared between the two departments as we understand it, and that's how we expected DPW to understand it. I think on that is we can provide the report in terms of the monthly meetings from our side, and also DPW they might provide us the copies of the minutes of all those meetings that are seeking to address the issues. We can draw the report from that and make it visible. I think I've addressed the critical issues that I thought they just needed their input. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, General Kekana. General Kekana is the General Officer Commanding of the Defense Works Formation. He reports directly to me and the Secretary for Defense. So he is directly in charge of now support infrastructure of the entire Department of Defense. And I just wanted to add something that I missed here from Honorable Member, Honorable Hala, that the committee to retreat and to come up with questions and guidelines and how is expected of the Defence Force to respond to those guidelines and questions, and to be given that 14 days from Honorable Member Kalni House that he mentioned about this report. I think it will be very much clear as to what is expected of us, because now I can see even the presentation that is not touching what what the honorable members are expecting. Yes, I agree on that. It's very shallow because we're presenting exactly the same thing, because there were no proper detailed guidelines what the honorable members will expect now from the presentation. Hence, the presentation was a bit generic, and the other one was much more technical, which was not adding so much value in terms of the overall strategy, how to address this problem. I will welcome now the guidelines that will be given to us. Will be providing all the reports that will be required, including the 3 engineering design reports justifying why we must actually embark on the new 1 military hospital or not. And then we'll take it from there, and the members of parliament can actually interrogate those reports and say to us, and they can give us direction as to where from here. And in terms of the consequence management, we'll present the full report. We can even go to the Hawks now to say what is actually happening with this particular case, what is happening with this member. Not that the Department of Defense is covering up things. No, we want now to take actions against those members so that something like this must not happen again in the future. Thank you, members. Thank you for allowing me to respond to the questions. If there will be other follow-up questions, then General Wolomisa will assist me on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. I'll hand over to the Department of Public Works, DG.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the honorable members seem to have given direction on how we're going to proceed. And I think that's very, very positive. As difficult some of the issues that were raised as they are, I think it's an opportunity for us as both departments to work together. But what I will do to just maybe allay fears from members so that there's no a debate about if I say this, this other person say this. Maybe I will then take the point that Honorable Munai has indicated that we consider a process of working together, whether there's a vision of defense to have a new hospital and or not, it has to be supported using government protocols. Just to indicate to honorable members, I cannot personally wake up and say, I want to build a new hospital, me as a DG of Public Works. What normally happens generally, we have what we call investment analysis, which is run by the real estate investment unit of government, seated with the custodian authority, which sits with PMTE. So they will do that investment analysis. The investment analysis covers, obviously, the current trends and the failures and everything, as other members would have indicated. It's not only structural engineers, it's a host of professionals that will go through the entire process of value chain to make sure that the government does not just opt for a new sort of facility without having done the due diligence in terms of what needs to be done. But however, I think that's part of what is going to be done with the direction we are being given. And I think in the future, as Honorable Munyani say, it will be very important that we want to have one presentation that talks to the fact that we are working together. I think that is very much welcome. But let me then address a few issues which I think is very critical because I made the points. Maybe to address Honorable Pitso Noy around myself not knowing what is going on. I think that's not what I'm saying. I know what is going on in government generally, but what I was trying to indicate in this particular instance is the following. When things happen in departments, accounting officers need to take responsibilities full. But when junior officials write letters to give instructions, about certain things, things fall apart. In other words, if, as I've quoted a letter that was written on the 7th of July, written by Silok, that I'm told is no longer allowed, is passed on, instructing such a very difficult sort of decision. I don't think that is correct. That was wrong. And as I've actually said, that I've tried my best to meet with the then Secretary of Defense to the extent that I did. It has been very difficult to do so. And I believe that with the meeting that we had with the then Minister Modise and Minister Zigalala at the time, there were decisions that were made. I believe there were a lot of generals there that were part of us. I think General Mbata and even General Mapanya, they were there. We agreed on the protocols of how things should be done. Now, what becomes then a challenge for me is that I cannot obviously know. I can only respond when the portfolio committee requests us to do certain things. We prepared a presentation based on what was requested, and I'm attending the meeting and I'm here in the meeting to make sure that whatever that we are presenting does address the issues. Maybe to confirm to the honorable member, please, so that it will be very important that maybe in the future I would have put that better than what maybe it appeared when I was addressing that. I will apologize if that came in a bad light. And then also the issue of what Honorable Gerike addressed, that the key people are absent. It's very, very difficult sometimes to make decisions when people who are key and strategic are absent. Is correct. That is correct. I would really even go and say further that we then ensure that in the next engagement, we find each other and make sure, as the issues that you've raised, Honorable Member Gerike, where whatever happens is done by professionally qualified people. I want to indicate that at no stage, I'm talking now about me as an accounting officer of public works, have I given authority, nor my minister for defense, to execute projects of this nature. I'm not going to dwell much on the issue of mandate. That is clear. I know the issue of what projects has to be done, what defense can do on what. We've got two different properties that we discuss generally in government. When it comes to defense, you've got endowment properties, which I'm clear about, we know about them. There's also the ones that we are responsible for as government, within this case, public works. But I think we need to obviously not use this platform to define the differences around that. But I think we need to obviously, when we come back, come as one to make sure that we don't confuse members and we don't actually fight around petty issues. And then the issue of building a new hospital is a very serious matter for government. It needs money, it needs backing from National Treasury. And when it's done, it needs to get everybody coordinated to talk in oneness. In other words, if, for instance, there's going to be a new hospital, what do we do with the current one? Those are all the questions we need to consider and deal with them. But maybe to request the head of PMTE to cover with, there's Mr. Ricky Samuels, who's in the platform, just to cover the issue of the contract for one military hospital, because I believe that from where I sit, officials obviously discuss things at their levels, but the important part at the critical level, what decisions are made around, as an example, certain things that cannot be done. They will always refer matters to us, and I do know that there were some disagreements, but obviously Mr. Samuels will address that matter just on the one military hospital. Through you, Mrs. Bande and Ricky Samuels. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, DG. Ricky Samuels, is he on the line?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson, I hope I am audible.
Yeah, you are. Carry on.
Good day to you, Honorable Deputy Minister, DG, Head of PMTE, my principals at DOD as well. So I'll be very brief. I don't think the intention is for us to have a debate or contradict or argue what my colleagues at Defence had said. But I think maybe in the interest of the members of the committee, just to put things into context, and I thought it was necessary maybe as just for us to correct the narrative. Much as the committee has directed us to engage with each other in a more collaborative way and to cooperate with one another. But just to correct the narrative, I think in one of the presentations it was indicated that DPW had spent over 100 million rand on day-to-day maintenance. I think it's important to note that the TFM is not for day-to-day maintenance. It includes the entire suite of services that was presented by Dr. Botha, including inter alia building management services, soft services, landscaping, hygiene, cleaning, PABX, boilers, mechanical, electrical, civil, and structural, and building, and so on. Again, the issues regarding the TFM in particular, it is correct that we were requested by DOD to execute a TFM, and that commenced in September 2020 up until August 2023. We were then requested to extend it for 12 months. But subsequent to that, DOD then decided to implement this themselves. Like I say, we're not pointing fingers at one another here. We're going to work together to make sure that we present to the committee a meaningful and accurate report on the execution of the services, the scope of works, as well as the expenditure. The item in the presentation by DOD on the current budget for TFM is the TFM that is executed directly by DOD and through DBSA and their service provider. I think it followed on the TFM that we executed, and the scope of works is more or less exactly the same. I think it's important for the members also to bear in mind that the total facilities management contract is not a capital works project. So it's not aligned to any upgrading of the hospital theaters or the first floor. It's basically total facilities management, which the terms of reference does not allow you to execute major capital works such as the upgrading of the first floor. I think it's important also, Chairperson, through the DG, to indicate that General Kekana is correct, that there is a task team that is busy looking at issues of execution of infrastructure-related services. That task team is co-chaired by DOD and Public Works, but it is aimed at improving services. I know on the agenda or under discussion is GIAMA and the custodian responsibility of Public Works, but also the Defence Force Act and the Defence Endowment Act. The DG is correct that that committee hasn't made a concrete decision as to who will be responsible for what. So when the DG says that the construction of a new one military hospital is not known to him, then that decision had been taken outside of that. But what is best for us to do is to take direction from the PC as it has already provided to us, for us to provide a joint report and to provide an honest and open reflection and status of where we're at and where we're going to satisfy the committee, but also in the interest of the country at large. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, DG, PMT colleagues.
Thank you, Richard. I'm going to hand over to Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I think the platform is yours. I think you'll just cover both the departments.
Thank you, Chairperson. I thought other honorable members are still going to speak. Don't you think they should finish that part?
Yeah, you're quite correct. You're quite correct, honorable members. I think it was Honorable Niehaus who wanted to be given a space. Honorable Nihas, do you still want to speak?
Yes, please, Chair.
Yeah, the
Chair,
briefings.
I'm not sure how far it is actually taking us to listen to the Department of Public Works or the Department of Defense at this stage, because they have not coordinated properly. We had to sit here and listen to the Director General of Public Works first telling us that he doesn't know what's going on, then subsequently we hear at a lower level there is some coordination, but somehow it didn't percolate up into the knowledge of the senior decision makers. And then we start hearing from each side that the senior decision makers have not been part of these decisions, therefore they don't know what's going on. There's a very serious proposal made by the Department of Defense for a new hospital. The Department of Public Works doesn't know about it. Chair, actually what we should have done was to have told both these departments to leave this meeting at this stage, because they've not done their work, they've not coordinated as they should have. And what we as a joint standing committee on defense have to do is, before we bring these two departments back to come and bring whatever they want to cook up to us again, that we provide them with clear directions. And I think the Honorable Noah was taking us in that direction. Provide them with clear directions of exactly what the issues are that we want to see addressed. That we present them with that particular set of issues, that they go and meet together at the highest level, that they come up with proposals and with a report to us so that we can see that our concerns are being addressed. Not what they want to tell us, but what we want to hear from them. And that we take it from there. So before we have another meeting, hopefully now, I can hear the two departments are saying they're going to come together and put together a proposal, but before they do so, we as a committee must withdraw into committee. We must come up with a clear matrix, a clear set of proposals of what we want to have responded to, what we want to have answered to. This must include the issue of the new hospital. It must also include the issue of accountability and all the other issues that have been raised here by us. And it must include the issue of financial viability. Because the problem that we faced with here, and I understand it much better now that I had to listen to this gobbledygook that was presented to us today. Why National Treasury is so reluctant to give more money to the Department of Defense. Because accountability is not there. Planning is not there. Coordination is not there. So my simple proposal, Chair, we as a committee go into a committee meeting where we come up with a clear set of demands, what we want from these two departments. They then go into a meeting where they respond to those issues. If there are other issues that they feel that we have left by the wayside, they can respond to them. Then they come back at the highest decision-making level and they come and propose to us what they are suggesting. And we play our oversight role because we are failing as a joint standing committee to play our oversight role, because what is being presented to us, Chair, is not what we want, what we require, but what these departments want to dish up to us. And this must come to an end. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nihas. Honorable Nyai.
Honorable Chair, firstly, it is clear that something has been done at one mill, and we need to really record that. It is clear that there's issues of concern that are being followed through by the SIU and law enforcement agencies, which we support. Thirdly, there's an issue of the needs analysis, the needs of the client department, which is DOD. The needs and the future needs, strategic needs, will be determined by the DOD. And I think I made fundamental proposal, Chairperson, because at this level, we are providing strategic oversight leadership, that there's a need for, if there's a determination that need to be resolved around who is going to execute, I think it's something that they need to go back and resolve as both department. But the principle of collaborative rather than contestation is of important in this nature within the framework of the law. We know that what the engineering formation does, and we know what Public Works does within their constitutional respective mandate. It is very imperative, therefore, that they go and to strategic level, to ministries, and operationally, the DG, CLOG, and the command, to work together on the process going forward. And I know the reports still need to be presented before the military council. But it's very imperative that the two departments, they clarify issues together and how seamlessly they can collaborate to deliver on the new military needs of one new military hospital for our services and military veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Munyai. The Honorable Lokhwete, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, you are welcome, sir. The platform is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to all in the meeting in terms of the protocol that you took. Chair, I don't understand how I will work it. It confuses me because last year, August, as the Portfolio Committee, members would know, those who sit in the Portfolio Committee, we met with Public Works. We agreed just to update the Joint Standing Committee for others who were not there to benefit. We agreed to have a team between the CLOC and the department that will work under the following things that I need to remind the committee and help others who are not there. There's a problem of encroachment of land grab and creation of informal settlement in some of our military bases. We identified 5, which as we are talking now, there was a land grab in our military bases. We agreed because we went to court as the Department of Defense, and the court said we don't have jurisdiction because we are not the landowners. The landowners is Public Works. Public Works needs to come, and now Public Works comes at a point where 48 hours has passed in terms of the extension of Security Tenure Act, where we need to get alternative land for these people. Then it brings in human settlement. Now it brings in municipalities or Salga or everybody. We're at the point where we need to discuss with all those departments. We met 10 months ago. 10 months later, there's nothing that has been done or no feedback. Secondly, is that there's a change of warfare in the world today. Since the usage of drones, hypersonic missile, intercontinental ballistic missile, you can't have our bases and ammunition depots under Department of Public Works. That affects our force readiness.
because there are things that we can't do in those properties because they don't belong to us as the Department of Defense and Department of Military Veterans. Now, if we are to make a counterinsurgence in a case of attack, we may find ourselves wanting. As a long-term strategy, I would request that the joint committees, whether of operationals, whether of ministers, whether of portfolio committees, must talk to that particular point. Even in the last 2 or 3 days, Iran attacked again military bases which are said to belong to the US and military bases which are said to belong to Israel. Now, it tells you they are not fighting in cities, they are fighting in military bases. Now, in our case, we have that assets, ammunition depots, key strategic assets under the Defense Force. We were yesterday, on Wednesday, as a portfolio committee at the dockyard. There is also a name of Public Works appearing there as the landlord of some of the assets in the dockyards which are under-maintained, which are under asbestos roof, which are under this thing. I think in the long term, we need to make a consideration of how do we bring back these assets to the Defense Force as we found them, as assets of the Defense Force in the erstwhile South African Defense Force before it became a national defense force, because this is just a misalignment of functions and services, including of funding, because it affects funding now. Treasury will give a money that's supposed to come to DOD to Public Works, and Public Works would sometimes use that money from the pool even for other things other than the Defense Force. And it creates a funding model crisis.
Chair,
We can't deal with other.
Chair,
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
this is totally a new matter, I think, which we will have to engage on it. We wanted to focus on what was tabled today. Yeah, this is very important, and I know it's also close to my heart, the issue of the facilities of the Defense Force. Can we discuss it in a, we've got a meeting with we've got a committee meeting after this. We'll raise this matter there and discuss, engage on it. Can I give the Deputy Minister to wrap up? Then from there we'll carry on with our committee meeting. Then you'll raise that matter on that in that meeting. Can we do that, Chair? Minister?
Yes, yes, Bob.
Yeah, can you wrap up then? This other, we still have another second part of the committee meeting. We'll engage as a committee on these issues. Can you wrap up on?
All right. Thank you, Chairperson, honorable members, and government officials. The message is clear. Department of Defense and Department of Public Works, they must go and sort out their misunderstanding on how to deal with these matters. I don't think we need to find another solution to that other than to go back, submit a report to the ministers of Public Works, Defense, and then copy the portfolio committee, rather the joint standing committee. Whilst you are going to discuss or tabulate things which we need to attend to, I don't think we should wait for that report to come from your side, as it was suggested. Let us go back and start working. Since 2010, you will recall when the soldiers marched to Union buildings. And I had to be woken up at night that evening, wherein the President Zuma and Minister Lindwe Sisulu said we must form an interim committee to look around and listen to the problems of the soldiers. One of those was the infrastructure of the SANDF, which was falling apart. And I heard that DPSA was once roped in to address that. I would therefore be happy to get a report as well as to how far has DPSA conducted or built or refurbished some of the military bases. Because public works, whether you like it or not, they don't have capacity. They outsource almost everything. So we will need to discuss that when we meet with the ministers of public works. So yes, thank you very much for giving us the guidelines. We'll go and work. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Honourable members, I'm going to hand over to the co-chair, Honourable and Dr. Gikaba, to wrap up and thank both departments, and we'll carry on with the second part of our agenda. Dr. Gikaba.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Minister, Silok and DG of Public Works and all other officials who are present. I think the meeting, there are two things. One has to do with accountability for the mess in which one mill finds itself and who has been made to account for that. And I think the point Honorable Niehaus raised very strongly, that whether people have retired or resigned from the public service, if they must account, they must be followed to whichever hole in which they are. The second point is about what's the way forward. And that is where, as the Honorable Deputy Minister suggests, we need to now focus on a single report from DOD and DPWI, which resolves even the questions which were raised about whose responsibility is this. At the end of the day, it's the responsibility of the state. And the two departments are agencies of the state. But DOD, as the custodian of one mill, DPWI, the custodian of properties and assets, must then find a way to help us go forward in regard to this issue. And make sure that you answer not only the questions that we are going to ask, but provide us with a clear way forward that provides finality with clear timelines as to what is going to be done. I want to suggest, co-chair, and to members of the committee that since our content advisor and researcher have heard our questions, that they already begin to draft all the questions that we would want to raise. And perhaps at our next meeting, they present those questions to us as the committee so that we approve them and agree on an approach of how to raise them. And if we don't have a meeting or time at the next meeting soon, we can even request a special meeting to enable us to conclude that part of the work, because we shouldn't delay asking these questions, because we need a very concrete response about what's going to happen to the situation as is in terms of accountability and in terms of the existing one mill facilities, and what is going to happen going forward including the report we are to receive on from GTEC on the feasibility of
while the members of the DOD and public works are leaving members, let me start, honourable members, with a sad matter which we had last week. That one of our former member of the committee passed on, and this matter was never officially reported to us. But it will be important just for all of us to know that Honorable Njengela is no more. He has passed on, I think, last week, and it was never officially reported, honourable members. But it's just important for us to know that yeah, he has passed on. May his soul rest in peace. Let's proceed, members. Nandipa, can you fly the agenda?
It's the consideration of the draft APP of the committee, annual performance plan.
Okay, that one will give Dr. Van Rensburg to deal with it. Doc, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Chair and members. Chair, members, this is what we're presenting now as the annual performance plan looking forward for the year ahead for the committee. This is a standard format that we follow from Parliament for annual performance plan, and this is generally to give a guide to the committee for the year ahead. So what we've done here is to look back at the strategic plan that the committee adopted, looked at the previous year's focus areas performance, and identified one or two areas for pivoting and new focus areas perhaps in the coming year. And this is then, again, as I said, to give a general plan for the committee going ahead. So this was distributed to members. I hope members had a chance to look at it, but I'll go through it quickly. And then it's for consideration and adoption by the committee. So it is aligned with the format that we received from Parliament, looking at the strategic overview, which is the same as the previous year, and then an updated situational analysis and a sector overview, key challenges in the defence portfolio, and strategic priorities from the sixth Parliament and from the previous financial year. I'm not going to dwell on this as it's exactly the same as in the strategic plan and the annual performance plan of the previous year, but it's about the vision, the mission of the seventh Parliament, the values of the seventh Parliament, and then just highlighting the mandate of the Joint Standing Committee of Defence as it comes from the Constitution. As members recall, this is a constitutionally mandated committee in terms of Section 2283 of the 1993 Constitution, which gives it specific powers around budgeting, the functioning, organization, armaments policy, morale, and the state of preparedness of the Defence Force. Then we'll again highlight the strategic priorities of the seventh Parliament, which includes, crucially, strengthening of oversight for this, which is relevant to this committee. We also indicated the seventh Parliament's 5 outcomes as per the strategic plan of the seventh Parliament. Then in terms of the updated situational awareness, here we just updated we look at the various entities and departments that fall under the overview of the Joint Standing Committee of Defence, which includes the Department of Defence, Armscor, Castle Control Board, DENEL, Military Ombud, Reserve Force Council, the Defence Force Service Commission. So this section just gives a description of these entities and departments. Just we added a note here, I highlighted in green where additions were made to this compared to the previous annual report. So the Defence Force Service Commission, just a note here that the Defence Force Service Commission has been non-operational since 2025 in the context of the establishment of the Military Bargaining Council. And I will return to this in a second. And then, of course, the National Conventional Arms Control Committee. The next section is where the update really takes place. Key challenges in the defence portfolio, and I think these then will direct the committee for the year ahead. Chairs and members, I think you'll all agree that the one major issue that this committee has been grappling with and awaiting is the issue around defence policy. So the long-term direction on defence remains uncertain. Policy documents intended to set a clear course have yet to be finalised or presented to Parliament, including the Defence Capstone Policy Concept, the Journey to Greatness, and other relevant policy documents. However, given that the policy approvals by Parliament in May 2026, it should follow that new policy documents will be introduced to Parliament imminently, so within this financial year. Thorough engagement and consultation on defence policy are required to ensure actual implementation and to ensure that it's possible and to avoid a repeat of the non-implementation of the two previous defence reviews. This is highlighted as a key focus area for the committee for the coming financial year, or the current financial year, apologies. So going down in this APP, we do make scope for significant discussion on defence policy. As members, I'm sure will agree, this will be the major issue that needs to be discussed, and everything hinges on this. Budgeting, strategic force design, compensation of employees, all those matters hinge on the issue of defence policy. Other situational key challenges to the portfolio, obviously the budgetary decline remains an issue. We've added here that the intersection between budgetary projections and the cabinet-approved defence policy documents will be central in determining whether the proposed defence policy direction will be implementable. So it's important for the committee to focus on looking at the policy documents that come in, the force design, the projections, and then looking at budgeting, making sure that what is on paper is affordable and there's sufficient funds to actually implement it. Compensation of employees over expenditure, we dealt with this last week, members, remains a major issue. We just added here that the concern around COE is intrinsically linked to the matter of rejuvenation of the SANDF. The SANDF is facing an aging force structure that undermines both effectiveness and cost efficiency. Future COE spending and rejuvenation plans will require clear guidance from the new policy documents and concurrent funding commitments. Next, deterioration of prime mission equipment. This remains a major concern, similar to the previous APP. The state of core military equipment remains a growing concern. While some progress has been reported in 2025-26, significant delays in the refit of the SANDF frigates and submarines have resulted in the fleet being largely non-operational and not combat ready. SA Air Force aircraft have extremely low serviceability levels, and the Air Force is therefore unable to effectively support military operations. The SA Army is yet to replace its outdated infantry vehicles, with Project Hoefyster affected by multi-year delays due to capacity constraints at Denel. Concerns also emerged regarding the contract for the replacement of the troop carriers for border safeguarding in 2025-26. Maintenance backlogs and spare parts availability compound the problem, meaning much of the existing equipment is unavailable when needed. So that's another key challenge to the department that remains relevant. And lastly, something that the committee has been dealing with over the past year and that will require further work in the year to come is the issue around the reserve force. We just added here that the reserve force is in urgent need of rejuvenation, revitalization, and strategic direction. The Reserve Force Council was constituted in 2025 and has commenced work to provide the Minister with strategic direction on the recovery of the Reserve Force. So they, again, a challenge, but updated from the previous year with what happened in 2025 and something for the committee to take forward to. And around the Defence Secretariat, this Defence Secretary was then appointed, which is a positive development, but how do we go forward from here? Some aspects that the committee can focus on is around the slow progress of consequent management in the SANDF and the limited progress in policy implementation, and this brings into question whether the intended roles of the Secretariat, as highlighted by the white paper, are being implemented. A new Secretary for Defence was appointed in early 2026, with matters of consequence management and accountability emerging as primary focus areas for 26-27, aligned with Section 10 of the Defence Act. So importantly for the committee, the issues around consequence management and accountability will be important for the committee to engage the new SecDef with. Around Arms Corps, the issues that remain from the previous year is around Arms Corps funding and the need for diversification. Concerns over the Arms Corps dockyard, as members know from the PC's visit this week, it remains a concern. Some aspects that are updated in terms of challenges is the management of SANDF spare parts procurement, limited funds, and contracting challenges, as members know, have been a major issue around spare parts management and procurement. And in contract management, I think members have become, over the past year, really familiar with problems around contract management. We think of Project Hoefyster, Project Hotel, the project with replacing vehicles for border safeguarding. Members are now familiar with this. It really emerged as a primary focus point in the previous year, so it's identified as an aspect to take forward in the coming financial year. In terms of the NEL, the outlook remains very much the same as in the previous year. So updated aspects here, to repeat what was in the previous APP, financial sustainability and ongoing losses, still a major issue. Erosion of critical skills of the workforce, also a major issue, and weak order book and market dependence, as well as operational inefficiencies. Those are all the same as in the previous year. Just some updates is that a new Denel board was appointed in the previous year to provide direction amid critical fiscal risks. Around skills erosion, it remains a problem, but we just added here during the committee's oversight visit to Denel in 2025-26, it emerged that some divisions in Denel, such as Denel Aeronautics, is managing the process through training and skills transfers. So this is just to add some observations from the committee. Around the weak order book and the request for or the need for diversification, we just updated here around defense policy direction and funding commitments to be considered in 2026-27 will be essential to provide not only Denel, but the broader defense industry with scope for future planning aligned to the DOD acquisition plans. Just on this, members, just to pause for a second, it's when this committee will consider defense policy, if there's a planned defense policy or a approved defense policy with funding commitments, which gives rise to a force structure and force planning for the future, that really gives certainty to the defense industry about what type of requirements will come up for the defense force. So all these things tie in together. This is not to say that a specific company will get specific contracts with the department. It just gives certainty as to what type of requirements will emerge. And it shows you again the importance of defense policy being finalized. We also include here again around operational inefficiencies, the positive progress that the committee did note at divisions such as Denel Aeronautics in establishing international connections and positive outlook in terms of possible future order books through commercialization, which will ultimately indirectly benefit the South African Air Force. The defense industry, we just updated with the long-awaited Defense Industry Lekgotla that should take place next month. We will keep members up to date on that one as well, but it's important to include that in the APP as well. In terms of the military ombud, something that emerged from members themselves in the previous financial year was concerns raised by the committee related to the fact that the Ombuds's recommendations are not legally binding and it lacks authority to initiate investigations and ensure implementation of its findings. This undermines the ability to act as a strong oversight body. So this matter emerged as a concern for members, and this is something that the committee should take forward in the coming year. Defence Force Service Commission, again raising the issue that it's been non-operational, and what is needed and what is for this committee to go forward on this matter, or perhaps shelve it, is clarity from the minister as to the future of this structure. And that's something we can perhaps just include in one of the meetings for the next year, so that there's clarity on this matter. Strategic priorities. So based on the above challenges that were identified, what are the strategic priorities that can take this committee forward and determine this committee's work for the year ahead? Firstly is the issue of defense policy processing. When this is introduced, it will be the major aspect that this committee should focus on for the next financial year. We will have clarity hopefully by Monday. The Portfolio Committee on Defence requested the Minister on Defence to let Parliament know by Monday, the 15th, when this policy will be introduced to Parliament. We'll make a follow-up with them. We haven't received anything yet. But once we have dates, we will let members know, and this will determine the committee's work to a large extent going forward for the year. I hope members will agree to that, because this is absolutely essential. Other key strategic priorities: ensuring defence policy projections and funding alignment. So it's not just a discussion on the defence policy; it's making sure that it comes with funding commitments. Otherwise, we will have a repeat of the 2015 Defence Review where it's not implementable. SANDF deployments, it always remains important to this committee. Should there be future deployments, this requires oversight by the committee. There should also be further engagements as the committee committed to look at the current Operation Prosper deployments, and that's something we intend to include in the draft program for members for the next term at least. There will also likely be deployments around the local government elections, which will require the committee to consider those deployment letters. Furthermore, defence industry strategic direction. Here we've noted the defence industry Lekgotla, and a lot of information will come from that Lekgotla that can also determine the work of the committee in terms of the defence industry looking forward. Future of the Defence Force Service Commission. All we need is clarity from the minister as to what the status of the structure is and whether this structure will continue to exist. Reserve Force strategic direction. The committee should follow up its engagements with the Reserve Force Council, which it did in 2025 or 2026, and track development of strategic advice to the minister on the future of the Reserve Force. And then also follow up on the Ombuds powers and perhaps finding a way forward for the military ombud to be more effective. So if we look at those strategic objectives, we put it into a quarterly performance for the committee. This is again just to guide members. It is very difficult, to be honest, to do this in the absence of a annual parliamentary plan, and the parliamentary plan and terms shift so regularly, and it impacts on our ability to meet, for example. But this is an outline of what we look forward to, noting that quarter 2 and 3 will probably be a bit shorter with the elections coming. Just to highlight some new targets based on the challenges that were identified. Clarity on the role of the Defence Force Service Commission, perhaps slotting that in the next term. And here, as you can see, I'm not going to go into these, but it's just, again, highlighting what we have identified earlier, like engagements with the Reserve Force Council, standing engagements with the National Conventional Arms Control Committee. Number of oversight visits, the committee just did one. It might be difficult in the next quarter, and in the third quarter, considering one perhaps around Operation Prosper, just to visit some of the troops that are deployed. So that is the intention with the one in the third quarter. But these can be adjusted as need be and as the need is identified. Dedicated engagement with National Treasury. with the DOD and National Treasury on the funding of defense policy, also adding this as a specific new target, so that policy is not discussed in isolation, but it's discussed in the context of funding commitments. Lastly, we previously had a target on engagement on international peacekeeping missions. There are no current international peacekeeping contributions, so this goes to 0. But engagements on the internal SANDF deployments, there was already 2, and in order for the committee to properly track this, we suggest at least 1 for each quarter going ahead. Also, consideration of the new defense policy. If this comes to Parliament shortly, this will be the major focus area. So we put in here at least 2 meetings for each quarter, and it will likely be more should this be introduced, but as a minimum, perhaps that. Lastly, international study tours. Nandipa and I will restart the process soon to look at the study tour for end of January next year, in line with the previous study tour that was planned for this committee, which couldn't take place due to the host country not being available. So looking to slot this in for the 4th quarter, end of January. All we did in the last part, then chairs and members, is to look at the potential budgetary implications for this. Again, this will shift as quotes and actual expenditure comes in. But in terms of virtual meetings, there's no costs. Physical meetings, limiting these on the request of members, we've limited these, but making provision for some physical meetings in the remaining quarters. Oversight visits, we've already had 1 oversight visit. We're looking at 1 other oversight visit in the next quarter to Ops Prosper for the committee to ensure that it tracks this. Around the elections, in the 3rd quarter, it might not be possible to do another oversight visit. And the 4th quarter, we also didn't include oversight visits because there will be a study tour during that term. However, for the 3rd term, if possible, this year will be the Africa Aerospace and Defense Expo at Waterkloof Air Force Base, and it is proposed, as in the past, that the committee attends this, and we will get clarity on that for members. And should Parliament approve, this would be a fantastic opportunity for the members to engage the defense industry, especially on the back of the planned industry Lekgotla. Local defense visits, like we visited Rheinmetall Denel, for example, this just to make provision for small local visits if need be. Cost of transport and accommodation for speakers. If we, chairs and members, if we do consider the defense review, it might be worthwhile to get some additional external experts in to come engage the committee. I think members have found real value in previous engagements with academia and so forth. So that's something we just made provision for, that people can come down to Cape Town if they're not based here to engage with the committee. And lastly, then the study tour planned for the 4th quarter. And chairs, members, that's what we propose in terms of the updated situational analysis, the challenges, and the strategic focus areas. Suffice to say, and repeat myself from earlier, processing defense policy with the funding alignments will be the primary focus of this committee should the defense policy be introduced shortly. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand back to you. Thank you for your patience on this, members. I really appreciate you making time for this administrative exercise we have to go through.
Thank you, Doc. Members, you have heard about the APP, and I think you have gone through it. Is there any one who needs some clarities on the APP? We need to adopt it to move. To adopt it as a committee. Is there anyone who wants to speak about honorable members? I see. Okay, I see 2 hands now. For now, Honorable Nihas and Honorable Kubukeli. Let me start with you, Honorable Nihas.
Thank you, Chair, and let me thank Dr. Janse van Rensburg for an excellent document that he's drawn up for us. I especially appreciate the manner in which he had articulated the issue of defense policy and funding, which is going to be absolutely critical, that we know that whatever is coming up in terms of the journey to greatness or whatever will be fundable, and that we will investigate that. As far as accountability is concerned, I saw it was referred to under the issue of the Defense Secretary, but I would like us to strengthen that to say that the committee will engage in accountability with the various law enforcement agencies, including the Hawks and the Special Investigating Unit, on a regular basis to establish progress with keeping those responsible for maladministration and corruption accountable. We must find a way of expanding on that to show our commitment to make sure that accountability is achieved. Otherwise, Chair, I think this document covers what our work should do, and with those amendments and that amplification around funding and policy, I would like to propose that we adopt the document. Thank you.
Can I speak, Honorable Chair?
Yes, you can.
Oh, thank you. No, I just wanted to say, Honorable Chair, that they must not forget to request the invitations on time. The invitation to the defense industry, the Lekgotla or Indaba, whatever it is called. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kubukeli. Yeah, in fact, I've requested them to prepare on 6 priorities which have been given to the Indaba to prepare on. So I requested our researchers to do the same, so that when we go there, we must go there with a properly researched document. Honorable Lukate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think just on the APP, we'll have to include a possibility of us as the Joint Standing Committee meeting with the Portfolio Committee, meeting with other portfolio committees from the security cluster to deal on matters of common interest, like the current deployment of soldiers on Prosper, like the current crisis we discussed earlier on public works, including what I wanted to raise, which the chair said we will discuss it in our program, that we include it where we can get public works and treasury under one roof with ourselves. I think I would also like to second Honorable Niaus. I think the APP covers most of the areas we wanted to deal with, including the point that's raised by Honorable Kubukeli related to our relations with the defense ministry. I think.
Thank you, Honorable Khote. Honorable Gerrie?
No, it's fine, Chairperson. Thank you. I just wanted to second the proposal of Council Honorable Niaus. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks a lot. Honorable members, I think the APP with those amendments is a policy, is a document of the committee is adopted. Honorable members, I'm proposing that we do the following. We deal with the minutes, and from there we deal with the issues we raised with regard to whether the committee must retreat and discuss the issue of 1 meal. We need just to have a position. What do we do from here? But I'm proposing that let's deal with the minutes. From there, we come back to the matter which we have been discussing of the 1 military hospital, so that we have a way forward as a committee. What's to be done? Can we do things in that order? And if you agree, honorable members, let's deal with the minutes of the Joint Standing Committee dated the 5th of June. I'm going to request the committee secretary to flight it.
Chair, sorry, just before she flights it, while she's flighting it, I think Honorable Nias proposed for the APP to be adopted, but I don't think we have a seconder, unless I heard wrong.
No, it has been seconded by Honorable Lefete.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks a lot. The APP has been adopted.
Chair, just for clarity's sake, I will second that. I don't know whether Honorable Lagwete is a former member of the committee, but I will second that. Thank you.
He's a former member of the committee, Honorable Member. I think he was introduced in about 2 or 3 weeks. That other meeting when we had a fiscal meeting. He was introduced as a full member.
Thank you for that. Then I withdraw my seconding.
Okay.
No, Chair is correct to second. I'm the alternate.
You are the alternate?
Yes, my apologies. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's understand those things. Then, the document is seconded by Honorable Hattin. Thanks a lot. Honorable members, we have the minutes of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense on the 5th of June. That was last week. And I hope we have gone through the minutes. I've gone through them. Is there anything in the minutes which you want us to rectify, to amend, or to add anything which we've missed, honorable members? Let's move. Let's move. Let's carry on. Let's carry on. Yes. Yeah, these are the end of the minutes. Honorable members, I will put it to you, honorable members, to move for the adoption of the minutes, unless if there's something which need to be added, or anything which need to be deleted. But yeah.
I propose for adoption, Chair.
I will second.
Okay, the minutes are duly adopted. Okay, let's move on, honorable members. And thank you very much. Members, honorable members, I think let's just deal with this issue of one military hospital. It's a crisis. From where I'm sitting, honorable members, there were some proposals here that the committee should retreat. And honorable members, I think in terms of the retreat, I really agree with the members who raised this matter, because of we don't engage as a committee and have a committee position on several matters. So it will be important that from time to time we have time and sit and engage and have a committee position on these challenges, like the crisis we are facing of one military hospital. We have heard the DG of Public Works. He said it here in front of us that they are not talking. He just retreated, but he said it, and we can see that the departments are not working together. So I'm putting the matter to you, honorable members, to hear what's your position, what do you do. I would, from my side, I would propose that we have these key national stakeholders into one meeting. What we did with remember what we did together with the portfolio committee, what we did with the National Treasury. We called the National Treasury on the issue of budget. And from that time, there was a change of mindset from the ministry. So, but let's see what you say, honorable members. I see one hand, Honorable Ninas.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I made a proposal and it was refined by the co-chair, Dr. Gigaba, that we get our researchers to put together a document. After that document has been put together, that we then as a committee meet, we discuss that document. We may have to request a special meeting from the powers that be in Parliament to be able to do so, the scheduling arrangements, and that we then proceed to provide that document to the relevant departments, and that we then meet with them and expect from them to answer us on each of the issues. So the proposal is let the researchers put together what we have said today. I think we were pretty clear, and we can all provide further documentation if needs be in order to help them to put together that delineation. Then we meet, we discuss it, and then we present that document to these departments and expect from them to come in a formal meeting and report to us. Chair, this meeting was extremely disconcerting. And I know that this adds extra work to our schedule, but it is absolutely necessary that we do this and that we keep their feet to the fire. Otherwise, nothing is going to happen. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you're quite correct. Honorable members, if we are to wait on other programs, let's do that. Let's do that, honorable members. It's very important that we have this type of a meeting. I'll from my side, I'll really, but let me hear from members. Honorable Hoda.
Thank you very much again, Chairperson. I think it's important that I second Honorable Gigaba and Honorable Niehaus on the compilation of our case study related to how we relate with public works. I am disturbed by the level of dishonesty from the side of public works, because on the matter of 1 mil and encroachment of military bases by informal settlements, we had a discussion with them as the portfolio committee last year in August. Members who are part of the portfolio committee would know. We agreed on a task team between the CLOC and the DG to deal with some of issues of common interest, including maintenance of our military bases, including asbestos eradication, all those things. So I see today they play numb and innocent, as if they've never met with us as the department related to this issue. And in that meeting, we proposed that we need to get SALGA, we need to get human settlement, so that when we remove these people out of our military bases, we give them alternative settlement. So we agreed that no, we are going to need SALGA and affected municipalities. We are going to need human settlement. We are going to need social development in case there are things as part of the joint effort. So I think Dr. Willems will have to refer to that discussion and agreement we had with the public works and include it in our case study in that particular document that we are developing, so that we talk with them from one angle and one voice, because I think they are somersaulting. When they are in the portfolio committee, they say this. When they are in the joint standing committee, they say this, so that we deal with this thing once and for all. But 1 mil, we dealt with it. Encroaching of things, we dealt with it. We even warned them that they can't be having some of our ammunition depots, because those ammunition depots, people are building shacks on top of them. Tomorrow will be caught if they were to explode in front of our people. And it's something that I don't think will stand for if lawsuits are made against us as portfolio committee or relevant authorities. So I would request that in our case study we look at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And that is a worry. And I think I did sometimes back in these meetings, in the beginning of our meetings, indicate about this, that it's a serious concern that we have illegal settlements encroaching on military bases. It's totally out of order. It should not be allowed. When we were at naval base not naval base, naval, is that academy, you could hear what is happening around those bases. People are they just jump the walls and they can't shoot them. So I think it's very important, Chair, that we speed up that matter. And I hear Chair of the Portfolio Committee saying you were at Simonstown yesterday. Did you speak about the project hotel? I'm worried, Chair, about the project hotel, that hydrographic ship, which is incomplete. Well, we need as a committee as well, to come with a position about that ship. When will that ship go into the sea? Because of the area where this ship is supposed to work or operate. It says, as we speak, there's nothing happening. The country is vulnerable because of the that the ship is incomplete. Honorable Kharik.
Yeah, Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. While I agree with us as a committee to ascertain facts going forward, and some colleagues call it a document, I just want to ask myself to the committee. I'm not sure. I mean, we must visit our mandate as a committee, particularly when it comes to the non-cooperation of departments. I'm not sure whether we have the authority as a committee to intervene on that level, or is it meant to be escalated to a bigger level, where most probably on the cabinet level, there must be a dispute resolution mechanism to address these type of issues. I'm saying this, Chair, because with the intention in mind that we should not waste a lot of time on issuing documents and getting people together and so on and so on. We must get to the work straight away. And therefore, if we are uncertain about this, we must escalate it instead of wasting time on meetings and some other documents. I may be out of order, but this is just a question. Thank you.
Thank you. You're not out of order, Honorable. The question is very relevant. We need to answer. To look into it and understand our mandate as a committee. Honorable Dr. Van Rensburg.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to come in on an administrative point around the issue of the encroachment that Honorable Legoiter noted. Just as a quick background, that issue was first raised in the Portfolio Committee even before the existence of the Joint Standing Committee. So there's the Portfolio Committee took control of the encroachment issue. I know there's a little bit of overlap with this, but the encroachment issue specifically was with the Portfolio Committee before this committee existed. Then last year, as the Chair, Mr. Legoite, said correctly, there was that engagement on the matter. And subsequently, there was a letter written to a number of departments, DOD, Public Works, even Minerals and Resources, Human Settlements, a number of them. And that letter, as per the direction of the PC Chair, said that those departments should put together a team to look into the matter of encroachment on military facilities and then come and give feedback to us. That meeting with the feedback was scheduled for next week, Wednesday, but unfortunately, due to the change in parliamentary programs, next week, Wednesday's meeting for that topic had to be cancelled, and that we will now move to the next term under the Portfolio Committee. So my suggestion is on the encroachment specific issue. It is coming. There is a letter with all the ministers. They know about this. There's been several letters. It will then come in the next term. And I think to your point, chairs, we should then make sure that we invite members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defence as well to that meeting of the Portfolio Committee next term. But I just wanted to raise the matter that it is receiving attention, and it was supposed to be next week, but it will be then next term, and we'll invite this committee as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Doc. Yeah, you're quite correct. Hachurundu in Musina, honorable members, is growing. It's growing at a fast rate. And for these elections, members of the municipality and all the political parties will be wanting to get votes from those people. And we are not supposed to allow Hachurundu to grow because we declared it as this committee. I think we have the committee, both the Portfolio Committee and the Joint Standing Committee, we declared it as the illegal settlement as a crime scene, massive crime scene. So, yeah, something needs to be done. But anyway, members, let me not take much of your time. We have come to the conclusion of our meeting. Honourable members, let me appreciate your presence. And what I did not get from you, members, is our the 30 minutes of we added in our time frame to have our researchers presenting the research document before we start our meeting. You haven't said anything about it. I want to hear whether it's really helpful, honourable members, or not. I see Honourable Hutting, you want to say something?
Chair, yes, there is a serious issue undermining the integrity of this committee, and it's about the 40 Kapa issue. I don't know whether there's time now to discuss it here or should it be put on the agenda, but conflicting statements coming out from members who visited. I accompanied you yourself as chair, and then even your statement being contradicted by the General Office Commanding of the Infantry Formation, as well as photographs of the soldiers at the base. It needs to be addressed because it puts the whole committee, as well as you and everybody who was there, in dispute. So we have to address the statement of the chairperson of this committee, also past and future, because of the contradiction and the distrust that it then creates in the committee, and also the undermining effect of our oversight.
Okay. I've not seen the statement of the general, but I think we can put it in our we'll discuss it in our next meeting, Honourable.
I will appreciate that. There are also 4 documents that are contradicting your statement. I would appreciate if we can put that on the table. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's great. Honourable Hala? Honourable Hala?
Thanks, Honourable Chair. No, Chair, I'm responding to the question you asked about the 30 minutes before our actual time. Yes, I do support that. So let's continue with that 30 minutes briefing before we start our meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honourable Pluggies?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm glad that Honourable Hutting raised this matter. I think the delayed response of the committee to matters that is to do with the Defence Force is also causing this lot of confusion, because we could have had a joint visit to 40 Kapa because it's just here. It's in Cape Town. All of us were in Cape Town. We could have just have an oversight visit to go and see the soldiers there. We don't have to have a long planning around some matters. And I think that is also causing a lot of frustration amongst us and wrong communication and wrong information amongst ourselves. I think we must be more responsive to matters of defense, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Nias?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want to support what the Honourable Plaatje said, But I also want to emphasize that when we discuss the proposal that the Honorable Hutton made, that we discuss how we proceed with procedures around these oversight visits and how we handle the processes of statements that are made to the public, because a statement is made, it is taken as a statement made by the committee, even if many of us in the committee don't know about a particular visit, and we need to try and then take co-responsibility for that, which is unfortunate. So can we please make sure that when we discuss these issues, we discuss the procedure in how we handle these things, so that we avoid the kind of confusion that accompanied this visit and the way in which we ended up looking quite bad in the media. I was not impressed with how it came over in the media. But I don't think it should be discussed now. I think it should be part of the discussion when we have that discussion in committee in the meeting.
We will definitely discuss it, honorable members, and thank you for that. All members, without much ado, let me once again appreciate your presence. It has been a long meeting since 8. We are moving forward, members. It's our responsibility, members, to ensure that we we deal with issues of the Defence Force. I'm always saying Section 198, subsection D, empowers us as members of Parliament, and as well as the sections of the 1993 Constitutions empowers us as members of this committee to ensure that we arrest the decline of the Defence Force. So without much ado, honourable members, I'm going to thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned, and good luck for Bafana Bafana's lost last night. Let's see. Let's give them a support that they win the next match. So
why we lost?
Why we lost?
Thank you, Chair. Now in the flight. Thank you very much.
Honorable Lord, answer it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Okay.